What's going on here? Sorry, guys. Some issues here. Are you guys hearing me? Hello?
Yeah, we can hear you.
You can hear me? Okay, good. We're just waiting for Ms. Luke.
That's great. Hello, everyone, and welcome to CACD's Black History event. We would like to acknowledge that we are hosting this event on the lands of the Mississaugas of the Credit First Nation peoples of this territory, as well as the Anishinaabe, the Adirondack, the Haudenosaunee, the Odawa, the Petun and Huron-Wendat peoples of territories throughout the surrounding areas. We recognize the enduring presence of all First Nations, Inuit, and Métis peoples, including the Indigenous peoples of the land or territory you are participating from. Thank you for joining us this afternoon for our student panel, made up of students from the Peel, Dufferin-Peel, and York Region school boards. A special thank you to our students for being a part of this panel this afternoon. Today, we have Kayleen Farhat with us. She is from Middlefield Collegiate in the York board. She's in grade 10. She's an active participant in the leadership group called Together We Are Better. This group hosts assemblies to teach students about the oppression of minorities. And she is also an active member of CACD's programming. Aaron Davies is from Sandalwood Heights Secondary School. He's in grade 11, and he's an active member of his school's Black Student Association. Maisa Amir goes to Father Michael Gates Secondary School in the Peel Catholic Board. She's in grade 12, and she is an active member of Price Canada and her school's Mental Health Awareness Club. Courtney Kahn attends David Suzuki Secondary School. She's in grade 11, and she's an active member of her school's Black Student Association, the Model United Nations president, and she's also a student grade representative for her school's student council. Aaliyah Clark also attends David Suzuki Secondary School in Peel. She's in grade 12, and she's the president of her school's Black Student Association called United Souls, and she's a member of the Rise Schism at her school. Jamelia Parnell is in Central Peel. She is, which is part of the Peel District School Board. She's in grade 10. She is the founder and president of Teach Me. She's the co-president of Medical Wonders Ontario. She is the social media coordinator for the Black Business and Professional Association. And she is the content director for Central Peel Secondary School's Black Student Association. Tyreek Tom attends Applewood Secondary School in Peel. He's in grade 12. He is a member of his school's rugby team, and he's also an active member of CACD's programming. How are you all doing today? Doing well? That's great. So I have some questions for our students, and I'm going to ask some of those questions. what we'll do is we'll have the students, each student is going to answer a question. And then once the student has answered the question, we're going to open up the floor. And anyone who would like to add their perspectives, we welcome you to do so. Okay. I'm going to start with Erin. Erin, the first question I have is for you, and it's, what can teachers do to integrate Black identity and Black narratives in the curriculum? What is the impact that this has on Black students who see themselves in the curriculum and really in all subject areas? Erin?
Thank you for your question. Learning about Black history and Black excellence in a country that for a long time didn't want Black people to exist can empower students. Teaching about those who came before us and faced unimaginable obstacles and then went on to achieve great things can send a message of, hey, if they can do it, so can I, to Black youth. It's great motivation, and it can give us historical figures to look up to. Teachers should spread the focus from a few big historical names to those who are more underground. While people like Viola Desmond certainly had groundbreaking contributions that should not go unnoticed, not only to Black people, but to Canada as a whole, it is important to highlight those whose stories haven't been widely told, instead of recycling the same information every year. Education is elevation, and learning about our past, no matter how dark it is, can help us understand why things are the way they are today and make sure that we never repeat them again. At the end of the day, Black students' experiences in schools are unique, so seeing themselves in their education can make them feel more seen. I would like to include a personal story, if I may. Growing up, I was never interested in history class until we started learning about African empires like the Ghana, the Songhai, and the Mali Empire. Despite the fact that I personally am not from those parts of Africa, for the first time, I felt like I was learning about my own history. Teachers can also create resources like anonymous surveys and receive answers straight from their students about what they would like to learn without any stigma. Thank you.
That's great, Erin. Thank you so much. And now I'd like to open the floor to the other students on the panel. Is there anything you'd like to add? I'll just read the question again. So again, what can teachers do to integrate Black identity and Black narratives in the curriculum? And what is the impact that this has on Black students who see themselves in the curriculum and in all subject areas? And I'll actually add one more piece to that question. I mean, what is the impact on all students? Why is it important and beneficial for all students to learn about Black history and to learn about, Black history in all subject areas? So I'll open that up, and if you'd like to speak to that question, we'd love to hear from you.
I did have one thing I wanted to say. I just feel that when all students aren't learning Black history, we're upholding a system of white supremacy, and we're teaching that we're inherently teaching the next generation white supremacist viewpoints, right? Because they're not learning that Black people do have the ability to achieve. So they're going to go out in the world with the mindset that Black people aren't strong enough to achieve things. And what comes with that is later the oppression of Black people, because we're seen as less than, because people just don't know about us and who we are and what we stand for. So I think we're really upholding the system of white supremacy when we omit Black history from our curriculum.
Excellent. That was really well spoken. Well said, Courtney. Does anyone else want to add to the conversation? Maybe your own experiences or anything else you'd like to share? Okay, thank you so much. We'll move on to our second question. I'm going to go over to Jamelia. Jamelia, why is it important to have Black educators in schools? And have you ever had a Black teacher? I believe you said that you're in the AP program at your school. What has that experience been like for you? And why is it so important for Black youth to have opportunities to be part of specialized education programs?
Thank you for the question. So that's a really amazing question. First, I'm going to start off with like a personal experience, and I'm going to tell you the whys. Okay, so I remember reading this article a while back that said, and I quote, Black students who have had even one Black teacher during elementary school are more likely to graduate high school and consider college. So reading this really struck a chord with me, because I remember when I was in elementary school, I had natural leading abilities. However, I was uninterested, unmotivated, and I could could care less about having higher education. So with that being said, I had this wonderful music teacher in middle school whose name was Miss C, and she looked out for me and many other Black students in our school. So the opportunity of being the school announcer. So every day I would go down to the office and start the PA system and read all my daily announcements. And I really enjoyed that experience. So due to that exposure of public speaking, that led me to mustering up the courage to now be a youth journalist and a radio host at Region Park Focus this day. So that's an example of why it's important to have Black educators, because they not only motivate you, but you can also relate to them, and seeing that they've overcome the struggles that they faced in their life. You also see that, hey, Miss C was able to accomplish this, so can I. I just need to put my head down, and I just need to continue pushing forward so I can see the results that I want to see for myself.
Thank you so much for that, Jamelia. I think there was some technical issues there, but I think thank you. I think we got, yeah, there's some technical issues, but that's okay. I think we got the gist of what you said. I think so. Okay. So I think we did get the gist of what Jamelia was saying in terms of it's really important. I really love that quotation, that it's really important for Black youth to have Black educators, because it actually does make a powerful difference in their education. And it definitely has an impact when Black students have Black teachers. And I know I've seen that for sure in my career, that often, when I go into a classroom and there are Black youth, I mean, I think a lot of the students are really happy, but I think definitely for the Black youth, they feel very happy when they see a Black educator at the front of the classroom, and their eyes light up and they say, like, there's somebody that looks like me standing in front of me. And I think that's very true, and it's very important. And it does impact young people. So just a quick question for anyone that's on our panel. Would you like to add anything to, please, Aaliyah, go ahead. Did you want me to repeat the question? Or are you okay to just
No, it's
awesome. Go ahead, Aaliyah.
This is a personal experience of mine. When I actually didn't experience my first Black teacher until I was in the 7th grade. I'll never forget her. Her name's Miss Gail. She probably doesn't even remember me, but she had such a huge impact on my life because I've never had a Black teacher before. I've never really seen one, and I never really realized how much of an experience I was missing out on until I had her, because she was the first teacher that could actually sit there and understand why I was frustrated about my hair. I was frustrated about, especially with the way colorism was back in the day, how frustrated I was going outside in the summertime. She was able to really understand what I was going through and kind of uplift me in ways that I never really noticed that I needed uplifting. I didn't have my first real Black teacher until I was in the 9th grade. And then I didn't have my first Black male teacher until I was in the 11th, which speaks volumes, right? And I'm a Black woman, and school is a lot easier on girls because we have a lot of female teachers. We have a lot of female representations. The way that we learn is much different from the ways that boys learn. So imagine for a Black boy to go through school knowing that they don't have that representation, let alone knowing that there's barely any men and barely barely any Black men on top of that. So it kind of causes them to lack that representation that some of them may not get from other places. So we do need a lot more Black teachers to teach us so that we have these experiences and people to relate to.
Yeah, excellent point, Celia. That's so true. And you're very fortunate because I didn't have any Black teachers when I went to school. So that's you're fortunate that you had three, but you're right, that's still too little. Aaron, go ahead.
Hi, I just wanted to add a personal story as well. And I just want to say, first of all, Aaliyah, I can relate to you so much. I have a sister, she's 2 years younger. I want to preface this by saying I grew up in the United States, Maryland to be specific. So my stories might be a little different from students that grew up in the greater Toronto area, but I would still say it's very similar. Yeah, my sister got bullied for her hair. I even got bullied for my hair. We were called African booty scratchers, horsehair, a bunch of different stuff. Going to predominantly white institutions can really take a toll, especially when you're younger and you just don't know what's right from wrong. Like the only Black teacher I ever saw until around 8th grade, she wasn't even a main teacher. She was a substitute. So after I left PWI and I went to a more diverse school, I remember it was not even the first day of school, the day we were registering for the school. And she said, I forgot his name, unfortunately, but she said the counselor's name. And I was just expecting a white guy. And just a Black guy walked in and I was just like in complete and utter shock. Like I had never seen a teacher that actually like, not obviously not like me, but looked like me. It was just amazing. I also want to say that although it is unfortunate, Black teachers would have been oppressed, and so they would already understand the oppression that we face on a deeper level. So sometimes like we don't even have to tell them what's going on, and they would already know because they just have that connection that like we both raised in the same place. So yeah.
Thank you for that, Aaron. I'm having some technical issues myself. Okay. Does anyone else want to add to that conversation? Anyone else want to add anything about your own experiences or what you've seen in terms of having a Black educator, whether you're Black or non-Black? Great. Okay, we'll move on to our third question. Okay, so I'm going to move it over to Maisa. Maisa, you've participated in CACD's programs for 2 years. And I know that this year you participated in the Canadian Black History program. What was the impact that the program had on you? What resonated with you? And why do you think it's important for non-Black students to learn about Canadian Black history?
I think it's really important to learn about Canadian Black history because it's something that we don't get to learn about in school. Like the program at CACD was like really, really enlightening because there's people, places, things that we were able to learn that aren't touched upon, talked, like not even mentioned at school, and it's a lot, like a lot of it is not mentioned at school. I believe this program is especially beneficial to like non-Black youth like myself because it truly does allow us to appreciate our diverse communities even more. And in addition to learning about like the many contributions of Black historic leaders, there are many engaging conversations that we had throughout the program that allowed everyone to share their own views, opinions, ideas, and really allowed for like a deeper understanding among each other. The program also allowed for us to appreciate the many untold stories that go unnoticed because in school we truly are only taught one side of history, and even then it's a little bit fashioned to be biased. So I think this program was really, really important, and I think it's important for other people to go through it and learn about it because we need to be more understanding and open-minded to like the truth about Canadian history.
Thanks for that, Maisa. Is there anything in particular that resonated with you from your learning? Like, was there something that you learned that you thought, wow, like I had no idea about that? I don't want to put you on the spot, but was there anything that that sort of stood out for you in terms of your learning?
There's one thing that happened in Montreal with the hospitals and the fires, and I think
Marie-Joseph Angelique.
yes. sorry, I was gonna say it in French, sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think, and like it's things like that, like I feel like that was a really big historic moment, and like nothing like that is even taught in school at all ever. And you know, it's important things like that that need to be taught, because then we have this like very one-sided opinion on like, I feel like a lot of like, oh, like the white people are perfect in nature and everything, it comes through that narrative as well, because we are only taught about the good things about white people in school.
Yeah. Yes, our curriculum is definitely very Eurocentric, and we just hear one perspective. And you're right, we all have this this understanding of Canada as this, you know, wonderful place, and it is a wonderful place, but that Canadians are so loving and welcoming. And I think if you really look at the history, you can see that that's not always the case, and to this day is not necessarily the case, in terms of, you know, immigration and who's let in and who's not let in. Great, great comments. Thank you. Can I open the floor for anyone that wants to add? So again, you know, why is it important to learn about Canadian Black history? Have you learned about Canadian Black history? What is the impact on you? Does anything resonate with you? And why is it important for non-Black students to learn about Canadian Black history? So those are some of the questions you may want to consider. Courtney, go ahead.
I was just gonna say that we're definitely in a very diverse society, and I know that in the GTA where I live in Brampton, it's very diverse, and I have Black friends. Aaliyah's my I have sorry, Aaliyah's one of my friends that can relate to me, but I also have friends that aren't Black that can't really relate to me, and I have a lot of friends that aren't from the same place as me, so they don't really see where I'm coming from, and I think as they started to wake up a bit more and find resources to learn more about Black history, they were able to see where I was coming from when we did have difficult conversations. So I think it really helps when non-Black people learn Black history so we can all kind of work together to reach a common goal.
Right. That's great. And I think also in learning about Black, you know, learning about other people's histories, it breaks down barriers, right? And it can stop discrimination, because when we understand people, we understand their stories, we understand who they are, we can find commonalities between our lives and their lives. So I think that's also very important. Does anyone else want to add anything?
Could I? I was supposed to answer.
Please feel free. Yes, go ahead, Keelan.
So, during the winter session, me and others learned about Canadian Black history, and it taught many of us the struggles and the pain of the oppressed Black people. It mainly taught me the ignorance and despicableness of the human race, because racism is a combination of stereotypical thinking, negative and hateful emotions, and discriminatory acts targeting individuals or groups of individuals who are regarded as being inherently inferior, somewhat socially deviant, and deserving of inferior status in society. And while all humans have the capacity to hold stereotypes and prejudices towards other groups, racism becomes a serious problem when one group or its individual has the power to act on these views and evaluations of others. So this is present amongst the history of the Black oppression, where white held prejudices against those of Black descent. They use their power through history to oppress and torture. And we are all one, as we are all the human race. And it is wrong for us to hurt people for the color of their skin or whatever they choose to believe in or whoever they choose to love. The most prominent thing that has stayed with me from the winter session was the conditions in which these Black people were treated and tortured. The problem here is that rather than coinciding and working alongside each other, they chose to enslave them as they saw them as a threat. White people chose to believe that Black people were superhuman because of their strength, which is something that like was really mind-boggling. Like, why would you find that as a threat? Like, rather than enslaving them, work together and make something better. And I believe that it is important for non-Blacks to stand in solidarity with Black youth, because for a group of people who are and were once oppressed, it is warming and inviting to know that others from other backgrounds acknowledge the injustices and pain that these groups of people have went through. And having young people understand the problems of the past will help shape a better future, as the young people are the future of today. Therefore, when it comes to educating your children, teach them about how they can make a difference in this world for the better, and teach them how to coincide with people of all races with equality and peace.
Well said, Kayleen, well said. Yes, that's very, very true. I like that. Aaliyah, I think I saw your hand as well. Did you want to add?
Yeah, I wanted to talk about how important it was to teach like true Black history as well, because I feel like it kind of creates, especially for those non-Black students, it creates this sense of pity and kind of like uselessness or worthlessness within the Black community, where it's like, how are you able to be enslaved by white people? How could they take you over, or how could all these things continue to happen to you when in reality we don't teach the, I guess you would say, the state that Africa was in, because we didn't go through one slave trade, we went through multiple. But they don't teach us these things. They don't teach us about the power that we had prior, that we are capable of doing certain things. They kind of just make it seem like we were always like withheld and that we're incapable. We need other people or other groups to kind of hold us by the hand and lead us to that water, when in reality we've always had the power to walk towards that water, but we just haven't been given the opportunity to. Those are two different scenarios. So that's why I feel like it's very important that we also teach Black youth that we have the power within ourselves. We don't need to depend on others as well.
Love that, Aaliyah. I love that. I love that you raised that. And that's why, even as educators, we always say to educators, it is very important that we do not start Black history at slavery, right? Because Black history starts way before that, right? When we talk about Africa and our history in Africa and the greatness of Blacks. And I think also when we take a look at Canadian Black history, or any Black history, and you see the struggle that Blacks have gone through, and yet they're still able to be triumphant, they're still able to overcome, just shows the resiliency and the power within Black. So fantastic comment. That is so true.
Sorry, can
Excellent.
I just add to
Please.
what Elsa said?
Yes, go ahead.
I feel like I strongly agree with her point that we need to be taught like true Black history, because again, like if we just go back to slavery, a lot of people think that the worst part of slavery was like people being whipped, and like that says a lot, because there's a lot of other things that happen, and it goes to complete ignorance, and then people are like, oh, like it was you guys, like it's really desensitized now, because a lot of people think that the worst that happened was just violence, and that there needs to be more education on even the things that we're taught now.
So true. So true, Maisa. Well said.
Could I add on to that?
Yes, please.
Like,
feel free.
again, people only believe that there was violence like put into like towards torturing these Black people, but let's bring it to let's say coronavirus. There were vaccines that were given out many years, and especially to those in Africa, they give them vaccines, but within these vaccines there's toxic things that either kill them off or were to fertilize them. So many of these women and men were now stripped of their right to have children. And this was something that they did not know about. So this is also like another way that racism and torture came into place with Black people, and obviously the whites and the Caucasians.
Yep. And we see that all through history. Great point, Kayleen. Thank you so much. Anyone else? We'll leave Aaron, go right ahead. Go ahead. Don't be shy. Go ahead.
Okay, I know we're trying to keep this as Canadian as possible, but I feel like this example just rings true on both sides of the border. I agree so much with what you guys said about teaching the true Black history. I feel like we also need to teach the history that it's not that long ago that it happened, I had a revelation, like as I was writing this, actually. I listened to Kendrick Lamar, and he's a conscious rapper, as I like to call him. So I heard about the name Bobby Seale. So I searched him up, and I found out that he was one of the co-founders of the Black Panther Party in the US, along with Huey P. Newton. And so I searched up Huey P. Newton. I found out he died like a few years ago. I forgot what he does. And I searched up Bobby Seale, and it said his birthday, I think it was in the 30s, and it had no death date. And I was so confused, And then I realized he's still alive. And that just shows that this really isn't that long ago, like all like the people who were struggling in the 60s, if a lot of them, like, unfortunately, if it hadn't had been killed, they would very much still be alive today. Like, I also saw on Twitter a few months ago, while like the George Floyd stuff was happening back in the summer, I saw some colorized photos of the 60s, and it just looked like you could see the emotion on their faces. I saw colorized photos of Martin Luther King and just seeing them marching through the streets, seeing them like look like us, because a lot of these black and white photos make it feel like it was a very, very long time ago, but it really wasn't. Like just seeing them in color, like even though that may seem insignificant, really just shows like real humanity was still struggling. And it's like, like my father was born in the 60s. It was still going on back then.
That's right.
That's what
Yeah. Great point, Aaron. Great point. That's so true. And when I was watching the Black Lives Matter, protest, that's really what it made me think of. I really was thinking back to the civil rights movement, and you're right, it was not that long ago. Courtney, go ahead.
I think we also have to acknowledge the fact that even though torture and violence did go on, the long-lasting effect and impact of slavery still affects us today. And I think the worst thing that came out of slavery was generational trauma and brainwashing, I would say. And that affects the Black community to this day. Like me, Aaron, Aaliyah, Jamila, like all of us, we're still affected by that today. And we're seeing the aftermath of 400 years of oppression and the trauma, the generational trauma that's been passed down through the line. Right. So I think that's why people often say, oh, why do Black people always harp on slavery? It's because those effects are still here today and still present. So it's an important conversation we have to have. And the last thing I did also want to say, I remember us talking about Africa, but I think we also need to look at the fact that Africa is a continent, and that if you're African, that's your ethnicity. But Blackness spans far outside of Africa. Before slavery, before colonialism, Africans were traveling the world. So we also have to look at that as well. So any continent you go to, you'll find Black history there. And yeah,
so true. So true, Courtney. Well said. Absolutely so true. Jamelia, go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to add on what Courtney said. Like, while I'm scrolling through TikTok many times, and like a Black person will come up and talk about their experiences with racism, and then you'll see like ignorant people in the comment section saying, "Oh, slavery was finished, like legal slavery was finished years and years ago. Why are you still on this?" And I think the thing that they don't realize is that all the habits back from when slavery was legalized is also being passed down from children to children to children, and it's still surfacing till our day now. And that is why we have systemic racism more than like blatant outright racism, because things that are taught, it becomes like a habit, and it's harder to change than something that's just like legally out there.
That's very true. That's a very good point. Very good point, Jamelia. And our, we talked about trauma. We talked about these things. Yes, this still continues on today. Absolutely. And the thing that I want to add that Courtney said that triggered, and you kind of mentioned it there, Jamelia, is that those traumas have never really been dealt with, right? We've never dealt with those traumas, and they continue to manifest over and over. And but it's never actually been dealt with. So great point. Aaliyah, I see your hand. Please feel free.
Another thing that I kind of realized, I guess you would say I had a revelation too as well, is I was thinking about 400 years, right? We always make it seem like 400 years was a really short time, when in reality, 100 years, that's a century. Nowadays, because our rate of having children, it's slowed down, you probably have about 3 generations per century, 3 or 4 generations. Back in the day, especially during slavery times, with the amount of women being raped, you probably had about six generations per century, maybe even 7. With that being said, you have 400 years of that. 6 times 4 is 24. That's 24 sets of your grandparents that had to go through slavery. When you put it through that perspective, how do you expect me to get over that? And I haven't even gone through a third of the amount of my family that has gone through that, the amount of my ancestors that have gone through that. And if you think about it, it takes a fly, I think, about 2 generations to adapt to the things that happen around them. And you really expect that if a fly takes 2, obviously we're humans, it's going to take us longer, but we've had about maybe 24, at least 24 generations of slavery, and you think that it's not going to affect us in any type of way. There was no type of changes that were supposed to affect us somehow. It's unbelievable. I can't understand how people could be so ignorant. That, and it also comes down to the tactics that we use, or I should say we use, but the media uses as a way to kind of suppress slavery and its effects. As Aaron was talking about how a lot of the pictures from the 60s were in black and white. It's a I would say it's a brainwashing tactic to make it seem as if the things that happened to us happened so long ago, when in reality they didn't. Those pictures that we see of the 60s, a lot of them were actually colorized, but why do we only see the black and white pictures now? It's a way to make it seem like slavery happened so long ago and it's something that we need to get over and forget about, but we can't. We still haven't even fixed the effects of slavery, but we're told to get over it. It doesn't make any sense to me.
Great point, Talia. Great point. Something I hadn't really thought about too. So that's great that you came up with that revelation. I love it. And I love that you said it was a revelation. Aaron, I see your hand again. Such rich discussion. I love it. Go ahead.
I'll just say, when Courtney was talking, it just like struck like a light in my brain. As soon as she said brainwashing, honestly, I like, I'm African, right? Sorry. One of the long-lasting effects of slavery that was definitely brainwashing. I've seen it so much in my community. I just want to preface this by saying there's nothing wrong with relaxed hair. However, when you start like uplifting relaxed hair, like basically Black people have curls, like very thick curls. And a lot of them had to assimilate in Canada, just like in white majority areas, had to assimilate to fit in more. And colorism too. I'm not sure, I forgot who brought it up, but colorism, that's another thing. But I've seen family members of mine like tell people that they should relax their hair, like for no reason, just like because they say it looks more beautiful. That's just, I don't want to say slave mentality, but that's like brainwashing right there. That like there's no other way around it. So it really puts such a bitter taste in my mouth when I see it, you know? Like, especially towards women, like my heart really feels really bad when I hear stuff like that. It just shows how brainwashed some people can be.
Yeah, to add
Don't
on to
forget,
that.
this is all this is internalized, right? My son, I'm gonna get you, but this is internalized. This is what happens when ideas that you are less than, ideas that this one group is the perfection. This is what you all should be attaining to be like. When you are fed that over and over and over, then that becomes internalized, and it also becomes internalized by Blacks. And so you can see the damages that racism and slavery and all of these things in our past and our history have had on us. Maisa, go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to add on. It's like the same thing. Like a lot of features that are seen on Black women were seen as like ghetto or ugly, and now all of a sudden they've become trends because more white women have adapted to them. So like big lips on a Black woman is seen as something like, oh, it's ghetto. And then as soon as a white woman like Kylie Jenner, she goes and profits off of it with her whole lip kits and everything, and now all of a sudden everyone wants the big lips, the long nails, the BBLs. Like it's really a double standard that stems from a long line of like things like that.
Good
Could I
point.
add to that?
Very good point. Very true. Yes, please, Kayleen, go ahead.
And something that's really sad that's actually been happening now is the sexualization of these young Black girls, because their body parts are more pronounced at a young age, and then they become sexualized. And let's say if you were to see a young little white girl whose body's not so pronounced wearing leggings, and then a Black girl whose body's more pronounced wearing leggings, they would slut shame her, the Black girl, because her body's pronounced. Whereas it's not something that can be controlled, and just because of the body types that someone has or what they choose to wear, you cannot slut shame or disrespect anyone, and especially not little girls, because that destroys everything for them.
I also
And their
think
self-esteem. And we see that, yeah, go ahead, Courtney.
I was just gonna
Go
say,
ahead, Courtney, go ahead.
Aaliyah's looking at me because I saw her with her hand up.
Oh, Aaliyah, I think she had her hand up. Yeah. Go ahead, Courtney. Then we'll get you, Aaliyah. Don't worry, I see you. Go ahead.
I also think that for me specifically, I don't know if Aaliyah's gonna touch on the same point because we went to the same middle school, but in middle school, I feel like we were constantly sexualized at a young age for wearing the same clothes that our white or our brown counterparts were wearing and peers were wearing, and we were penalized for the same things that other kids were wearing because I feel like we were hypersexualized because we were black girls. So automatically when you see black girls, there's like a thing that clicks in people's mind that you're more sexual when that's not, we're little girls, right? So I think we were always penalized for wearing the same clothes that everyone else was wearing. And everyone was wearing a crop top at that age. I don't know, we start wearing crop tops, but we were getting in trouble for it and they weren't. So it was very apparent and it was very hard to deal with because at that age you don't have the mindset of like I'm a sexual being. Like you don't have that mindset. You're still a little kid. So it was very confusing and it made us have to mature way faster than the other people around us.
Girl, you stole my thunder. I was just about to say, as soon as she finished, I was about to say, and we see the repercussions of that in the schools. And
Yes.
that's exactly it, right? So the same kids are wearing the same clothes. I'm sorry, different kids wearing the same clothes, yet who's getting disciplined and penalized?
Yeah.
You took it. You took it away. Go ahead, Aaliyah.
Speaking on that, I actually have a very personal experience about that. I remember it was gym class. You had to wear the tank tops that were 2 fingers, and my tank top wasn't 2 fingers. But the gag is that I've never in my life I've never been figurally. So I was very surprised to the fact that I've seen girls that have like bigger breasts than I do, and they get away with it. Me, flat chested, I'm getting in trouble for wearing a tank top. What is there to sexualize about me wearing a tank top? I don't understand that. And that also goes into like women's rights as well, where why do we get at the women when we should be getting at the men for thinking the way that they do? But I also wanted to get back to something that Kayleen had said. I'm sorry, girl. I'm not trying to point you out or anything. I'm just using you as an example. It's just funny to me how she said that now that we're being sexualized. And that's the thing, is that I love the fact that we're all coming to the realization of the things that are happening to Black women, Black people in general. But we need to realize that this is something that has been going on forever. They literally used to use the sexualization of Black women, the fact that we ripened early, as an excuse to rape us and get away with it. Men used to use that as an excuse to get away with the evil things, the evil atrocities that they used to do to our women. So it's really sad to see that, like, at least now people are learning about it, but why did it have to take so long for us to get here?
I mean, it wasn't just
Great.
now. Back then in history, they were sex slaves, and now in history, like, or even just through history, they were just always like
We
sexualized.
always forget about the really dark parts of slavery as well. Why don't we teach about how they used to have farms for little kids? They used to have little farms of little Black boys, little Black girls, in order to rape them and reproduce with them. It was a thing. And I don't understand why we don't teach that stuff. We just make it seem like, oh, you weren't working hard enough, I'm just gonna whip you. No, you weren't talking about how you used to literally carve the babies out of Black women. You used to roast us alive like we were food. You used to use our skin for leather. You don't teach us the atrocities that we actually genuinely went through, but you expect us to just move on as if nothing happened.
Yeah.
This is such rich discussion. I just want to get back into the questions because I'm looking at the time and it's 4:45. So I just want to switch back to our questions and then hopefully we can continue this great discussion. So Kayleen, thank you so much for that. Aaliyah, I'm going to go over to you. Can you describe your educational journey? Did you learn about Black history or Black narratives at any time during your schooling, your educational journey? And is there anything Black students can do to have more autonomy over their learning if they are not learning about Black history in school? Or any student, not just Black students? Go ahead, Aaliyah.
Okay, well, as Courtney had previously stated, I grew up in Brampton, and Brampton is full of minorities, but Black people are a minority within that minority. So I did grow up feeling very misrepresented because I have always been very observant, and I realized that I was different from all the other kids. Going into the first grade, we learned about Black people, but it was only in February. And there are even Februaries where we actually missed Black History Month. I was so excited. February 1st, I came into school ready, and there was nothing. We didn't learn anything. We just skipped it. Whole month, nothing about Black people. or it was just the same thing every single year. We were stolen from our huts in Africa. We were beaten and whipped for 400 years. A white man named Abraham Lincoln, our Lord and Savior, saved us all, and we were still separated. And then Martin Luther King quietly walked around America to save us from segregation. That's what I learned from Black history. And I find this actually, you had brought up about us trying to focus on Black Canadian history. And I feel like it's very unfair because we didn't even learn about Black Canadian history. We learned about Black American history. Was this Peel's way of trying to hide behind America's dark past, not to talk about our own dark past? I find it very funny that we talk about all this stuff that happened in America, but we don't talk about Wilfrid Laurier banning Black people from coming to Canada because it was too cold. But in that same breath, our teachers will push us to go to his university. And it's really sad because we never really spoke on the true history of us as Black people. Why did I learn in high school that African people didn't live in huts and we had striving civilizations? The fact that our own philosophies were stolen by Greek men such as Aristotle, Plato, Democritus, all of these people, but we give them the credit for it, but not what we did. Why is it that we teach about Martin Luther King, about how he walked quietly around the country, but we don't talk about Malcolm and Marcus? Is it because our system doesn't want to teach us that we have the power within ourselves, that we don't need to sit and wait? Why don't we learn about the Galloway Wars that actually freed us from slavery? The fact that we forced Abraham Lincoln to save us. We forced Abraham Lincoln to get rid of slavery, I would say. And I already spoke on this about me having my first Black teacher at a very, very old age, which is very depressing. And I feel like it kind of forced me because since students didn't have the Black teacher authoritative to look up to, and a lot of students already don't respect each other, me and Courtney, we were literally forced to go through school as being the Black girls that had to teach everybody that Black people weren't bad. I don't understand why I have to do that. At such a young age, I'm forced to carry the burden of my entire community on my back. Nobody else, no other community has to do that. But yeah, we're continuously forced to continue to hold up our own selves, I guess. I was 15 when I found out that my ancestors created the equation a squared plus b squared equals c squared. It wasn't Pythagoras, it was us. I was 17 when I found out that the kid books that we used to read, like Dr. Seuss, he was a racist man. The cat in the hat was supposedly based off of a Black woman, but we were never taught that in school. We were never talking about how the minions in the chocolate factories were supposed to represent African people. Mm-hmm. Why do we learn about Darwin's theory as if it wasn't based upon racism? Evolution was a way to give white people a way to justify them being better than us, them being superior to us. And it's kind of like I have to look back and I laugh because am I a joke? Is this what you guys teach us so that we can be seen as a joke? And it's sad because I've learned more true Black history on TikTok during this quarantine than I have ever in my school system. And that should speak numbers.
Wow, Aaliyah. Wow. So much said there. So true. And I really like what you said about, Jamila, I'm gonna get right to you. I love what you said that, there's this pressure on Black students to have to be the voice and to have that knowledge. And that's something I talk to educators about all the time. The responsibility is on educators to learn the material, learn about the history, and teach the class. The onus is not on Black students to teach Black history. Very true. And you raised so many good and interesting points just about how much has been stolen from Blacks for years and years and years. And yeah, and how many people have not, I mean, across just so many. I recently was teaching my students about the colored hockey league that was started before the NHL. How many people know about that? All the music that was created, that was stolen, right? And the credit and all the inventions that were made, and who got the credit for those things.
And it's kind of funny too, because all the accomplishments that I remember being taught as a Black student were the ones that had to do with us being white people. And I feel like it kind of ingrained in me that the only way that I could deem myself as being successful is if I was associated with white people. We always teach us about how we were able to we were the first Black person to do this. We were the first Black person to be a part of, Jackie Robinson was the first Black person to play with white people. Why is that an accomplishment? Is him playing within his own community not enough? Is us doing stuff within ourselves not successful unless there's some sort of white person attached to it? Like, I never, it's just something, even though it's such a small thing, but it's something that we've all kind of ingrained in ourselves, that we need to associate ourselves with white people in order for us to be some sort of successful.
Good point. Very good point, Aaliyah. Jamelia, I'm coming right to you. I see your hand. Go ahead.
Yeah, I found it really interesting that Aaliyah brought up that most of the Black history she knows is from TikTok. Like, and that's the same thing for me as well. For the longest while, I thought that the relationship between I forgot her name, but I think it was Thomas Jefferson's like wife. The relationship between them wasn't consensual, and she didn't actually like want to have all these kids with him. And there's obviously a power struggle in the relationship, but people made it seem as if it was a consensual relationship that she wanted to be in, that she didn't have to be in to survive, because many people were teaching that they were in love. But at a young age, I always questioned that. But when you keep hearing the same thing over and over again, you start to believe it. And then, yeah, it's just kind of messed up how people change a story to fit like the narrative they want to have.
Yes, Aaron.
Okay, I just want to keep it really brief because I know we still got 2 more questions to go. But Aliyah, thank you so much for everything you just said. It was like amazing. I have related to so much. There's so much that I could talk about for hours. I want to touch specifically on when you said that a lot of the Black history that you learned about in Peel was about the United States. And I feel like in general, especially in other Western countries like Canada, the US just has this like notion of being lesser, you know? Like I grew up in both Canada and the United States. I've lived here for about 2 years for now. But like what I grew up in grade 2, 3, and 4. Everything I ever heard about the United States was like, oh, it's bad. Oh, it's really racist there. Oh, they have guns. Oh, they kill people there. And that went hand in hand with Black history. And like I felt just, especially when I tried to do my own research, I just saw there's a lot less resources in the first place about Canadian Black history. Like I didn't even know, I forgot what your name is. I can't see it on my screen. But you talked about Montreal Hospital, something like that. I didn't even know about that. You know, like in general, like most of my references are from the US. Like I barely know any Canadian history. I want to say Sandalwood has done a great job of putting Black history on the announcements, but just in general, like Canadian Black history, I just definitely feel out of touch with it, especially as a Canadian myself. Like I don't feel like I know too much of it. And yeah, other thing, when you said Africa about talking about how you learned that Africans didn't live in huts, that's another thing. I'm African. I've actually asked people in Brampton what they think African lives in. This one girl told me huts, and I was so lost. Like I had been to Africa the year prior, and I was like, no, I'm from Sierra Leone. But yeah, just that notion in general that all Africans are poor. First of all, a lot of African countries are poor because of European countries. Like that's the whole thing that I didn't even know. Like I did not know France had colonies. I knew the UK had colonies. I did not know Belgium had colonies. Just one small topic. When I learned about the Holocaust, I learned about it in grade 4. I always learned about the Holocaust as being a bad thing, about like how many people Hitler had killed. There's this one Belgium had a colony in Africa, in the Democratic Republic of Congo. It used to be called Zaire. And it's disputed the number, but at least 5 million Africans were killed by Leopold II. That was the monarch at the time. I had no clue about that. And that's literally my history. So it just feels forgotten. It feels disconnected. And I would encourage everyone, I can already see.
And more people died then than they did in the Holocaust, but we still know about it.
I just want to say I would encourage everyone to do their own research and like check your sources and everything, because like no matter how good school can be, like you may as well look into it. And TikTok, that's another amazing one. Yeah, thank you so much. That's all I have to say.
Thanks, Aaron. And I love that social media is teaching. That's amazing that you're learning from social media. That's incredible. Learning from TikTok. I love it. I'm going to move on with our last 2 questions to make sure we hit our time here. Tyreek, I'm going to start with you, and then Courtney, I'm going to save you as our last question. Tyreek, I know you've been actively involved in the CACD programming. Why do you think it's beneficial for Black youth to get involved in their community? And I'll even throw in there to learn about their history.
All right, so it's important for Black students to get involved because it helps Black students to understand the community, its functions, its environment, and also in turn, it helps the community to better understand Black people and create more of a positive image and also opportunities in return. Because common issues with the Black community um, and society is that it's most really because of negative thinking and the lack of understanding of the Black culture and community. And some feel that some Black people are worthless or they're criminals. So if more students get involved with the community and get involved, yeah, and interact, the community can create more of a connection between the community and the Black community and change how people would view Black youth.
That's excellent, Tyreek. Yeah, you raised so many great points. Fantastic. And I know some of you might want to add to this. I'm going to jump to Courtney's question, and then I'll open up the floor. If you want to speak to what Tyreek said or speak to what Courtney says, then we can end it off with that. So Courtney, my question to you is, when we were chatting prior to the webinar, you mentioned that Black culture and the behavior of Black youth is often misunderstood by white educators. You also said that Black youth are often treated differently from other youth in schools and classrooms. Could you elaborate on your thoughts and discuss the impact that this has on Black youth?
Well, I think the one thing that I do want to talk about and what was very much present in my own experiences was having to assimilate when I entered the education system. The day I hit kindergarten, it was assimilation. You need to assimilate so you can fit in and so that you can be successful in the education system. And I think one thing we don't notice as a society is the toll that forcing Black children to assimilate does to their mental health and does to their performance in general. So we're always taught to assimilate. We're taught that our hair is not okay. You should straighten it to go to school. Make sure it's tamed when you go to school. We're taught that our clothing is ghetto, that we have to also crazy hair day. Crazy hair day, I would come to school crazy hair day with my hair in traditional African styles. And that's how you knew in my way of thinking was already warped because I was associating my culture with crazy hair. Well, no, that's my culture, right? So we're teaching kids from a young age that their culture is not natural and they should get rid of it and meet up to Western society standards, sorry. And then also clothing. We're taught that our clothing is ghetto, you need to dress a certain way to go to school, and you can't look like that. We're taught that the way we speak is gang slang and it's an improper, informal way to speak. We're also taught that our cultural traditions and behavior don't meet up with Western society. We're taught this by our parents, we're taught by our teachers, and we're taught by society. I know even my mom telling me, okay, Courtney, you need to wear your hair in this certain way so that you can just fit in, so that you don't stand out and you can get ahead in society. And then when I do wear my hair in a traditional African style, teachers always have something to say about it, or they find it kind of weird or odd. And it's like I'm constantly standing out and I'm being asked to assimilate and meet up to Western standards. So when we're teaching kids that they must assimilate, what we're doing in turn is teaching them that they need to measure up to Western society and that their Black identity isn't good enough for the spaces that they're within. And what that does is it often leads to kids being ashamed of who they are. Black kids in general being ashamed of their identity and being ashamed of their Blackness because they're always taught that it's not good enough for the systems that they're in. And I think I want to really talk about the connection between the misunderstanding of Black culture and the performance of Black students when they are within the school system, because those two things have a direct connection. So firstly, it teaches Black students to be ashamed of their Black identity. Then that leads to a loss of self-worth and self-confidence. It also leads to self-hate. Because me, when I was seeing that, oh, you should wear your hair out when you're going to crazy hair day. You should dress like this. You shouldn't speak like that because it's improper. It's the wrong way to speak. We even had a thing at our school where they put out a survey asking if it was okay for Black male students to wear do-rags, right? So we're constantly being taught that our natural traditions, our sacred culture is not good enough for a Western school system. So that causes Black students to feel self-hatred towards themselves, and they internalize all that within their being, and they feel like they're not good enough for where they are and where they're at in society. And then that leads to a lower performance. Because if you can't be confident in who you are and you don't understand your identity, you're not going to do well in school. You're not going to feel confident enough to say, yes, I can do as much as every other kid can do. Because you're being taught from the age of 5 years old that who you are cannot work in the society you live in. So we're hitting these children's confidence, and punching them, pushing them down, pushing their confidence down. So in the end, we ask, how come Black students don't perform as well as other students? When we're the ones that did it to them. We're the ones that taught them that you're not good enough, that your identity is not good enough, that your culture is not good enough. You should get rid of that and just stay with Western standards, meet up to European standards, meet up to European society. And then from there, we're teaching them, don't be confident, don't love yourself. If you can't love yourself, you're not going to prosper in anything that you do. So the one thing that I want to hit home with is that we need to stop teaching Black students to assimilate. Yes, assimilation can get you ahead in some places. Code switching may work, but we also need to teach them that your culture is good enough. Your culture is amazing. Your culture can take you places. Just like maybe code switching and assimilation may take you places because you fit in, so can your culture. It's amazing to stand out. It's amazing to be who you are. And we don't have to meet Western standards. We can be ourselves and be great. And that's kind of where I wanted to end. I just think if there's any other students watching here, it may make sense at the time for you to assimilate, but never let anyone tell you that you're not good enough for the spaces that you're in. Never let anybody take your self-confidence away from you. And that's what assimilation does to Black students. Sorry if I got too passionate.
No, that was
but...
good. We need the passion. We need the passion, girl. Wonderful, wonderful. That was really wonderful. Thank you. That was beautifully, beautifully put. Thank you. And as you said, I wish this whole panel, and particularly what you said at the end, could be shared, with as many Black students as we can, and also with educators, so they can have a deeper understanding of, what Black students are experiencing, what they feel, and why it's such a challenge, and the pressure that they're constantly under day after day. I want to thank you all so much for being a part of the panel today. Thank you for sharing your insights and your perspectives. We appreciate you. We think you are wonderful. You are all going to be very successful. We have no doubts. I can't thank you enough for sharing your thoughts. And I just want to say, keep on keeping on, keep your chin up. You will be successful. And we're here to support you. Thank you so much for being part of the panel today.
Thank you for the opportunity. Have a great day.
Thank you.
You.
Bye, everyone.
Bye-bye. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye, Tyreek. Thank you so much.
Okay. If I may say something at this point that I think was quite an impressive discussion. I thank you guys so much for your participation and for your thoughts. And I truly hope we will stay in touch because there's so much that we can do together. And for those from the general public that are here, I just want to thank you for tuning in to the youth discussion. I'm a bit concerned. I've been giving some ideas that the main part of this day's activity is the adults discussion. But I think the adults will be trembling in their boots if they were here to hear these young people speak. And in fact, those who are coming for the adult discussion are truly people who have excelled. We have doctors, PhD and teachers and all these kind of guys coming up, but I'm not pushing it when I say I hardly think, and I know all these guys, if they can meet up to what these young people have done. So thank you again. We really appreciate you. And you all make me feel so proud that you're truly learning, and the time that we are giving up is not a waste because you guys know so much. And we in turn are now learning from you. We tried to give, yes, but I think we have learned so much this evening. At this point, we are going to transition, and I'm going to ask all the young people not to leave. It will be good if they stay. see some of the entertainment in this segment and get an opportunity to kind of, take the load off, so to speak. The camera was on you. Now it's pointing to others. So at this point, I'm going to ask my my co-host to do some work here for me. I'm trying to share my screen.
Yeah, so I'm just going to put mine to share screen, and then I'll start with the national anthem. Oh, you've got to give me this share screen permission.
Yes, I'm trying to get that. Well, now you know who is the true technician in this office. I think you should be okay now, Jeff.
All right, here we go. You guys can see that?
Oh, Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love in our Lord's command. With glowing heart we see thee rise, the true north, strong and free. From far and wide, oh Canada, we stand on guard for thee. God, keep our land glorious and free. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Ruel, stop playing.
Okay. Right. Ron, are you seeing that okay?
No, Jeff, I'm having problem on my side. I've been sending you texts.
Yeah, I see your message. So are you not seeing the screen when I put it up?
Can I ask all just to give me just a couple of minutes because I'm having some technical difficulties on my end. I do apologize for this. Hi, everyone. I think I'm back. Can you hear me? If you can, please accept my apologies, but you know, with these new technology, things do happen from time to time. So Jeff, are we ready to go? At this point, we will have the land acknowledgement from Ms. Luke.
Okay. Okay. Sorry there, I just had to grab this here. Oh, just give me 1 second, please. Where's my paper? Sorry, I'm also having a little bit of a technical issue here myself. 1 second, please. Lost mine. Thank you. Okay, I've got it now. Here we go. We would like to acknowledge that we are hosting this event on the lands of the Mississaugas of the Credit First Nation peoples of this territory, as well as the Anishinaabe, Adirondack. I'm sorry, can I be heard? Yes, thank you. Just want to make sure I could be heard there. The Anishinaabe, the Atawandarak, the Haudenosaunee, Ottawa, Petun, and Huron-Wendat peoples of territories throughout the surrounding area. We recognize the enduring presence of all First Nations, Inuit, and Métis people, including the Indigenous peoples of the land or territories you are participating from.
And now, Ron, you were going to introduce the dance session that we have coming up by Lester Tumasi.
Before we actually get to Lester, I would like to, take this opportunity to say a few words, and then we will get to the entertainment portion. But I just want to implore you guys, be patient with us. It's sometimes very difficult to get all these technology going. So again, I do apologize for that, what happened earlier. And we don't want to do anything to diminish what we actually got from those young people earlier. So let me just take this opportunity to thank you all for taking time out of your busy schedules to celebrate with us Black History Month. Let me hasten to thank all the performers who will be coming up, and also all those who have sent in their videos to convey greetings to all of you present here. And this, of course, includes Mayor Bonnie Crombie, Mr. Lincoln Downer, which is the Consul General of Jamaica, Mr. Mark Andrews, Deputy Chief of Police, MP Omar Algaba, Minister of Transportation, MPP Natalia Kusendova, and also Councillor John Kovac. But we also have in our presence via Zoom, Councillor Ron Starr, and also MPP Rudy Cusato. And they're here and they will bring some greetings also. So I thank them all for being here. And I want all of you who are present to know that we appreciate you. And we want you to know that without you, of course, we would be nothing this evening. So please, although we are not calling your individual names, do rest assured that we appreciate you just as much as those that we mentioned. I want also to say thank you to our planning committee members, which includes Wes Mackenzie, Sonia, my wife, Rainford Cornish, Miss Luke, Amit Jean, for giving up their time for us to put this together. And I don't know what I would have done without their help in getting this thing going, especially the technical side. And special thank you must be extended to Jeff, who is providing these video as we go through this program. So again, welcome to all. And I don't want to make a speech, but I find it hard not to say something since we don't have a guest speaker, so to speak. So Black History Month is observed across Canada every February. The celebration of Black History Month provides an opportunity to share and learn about the experience, contribution, and achievement of people of African ancestry. As most of you know, Black History Month was initiated in Canada by the Ontario Black History Society and was introduced into Parliament on December 1995 by the Honorable Jean Augustine. That is the first Black woman to be elected as a member of Parliament. So for that, could we just give a clap, raise our finger, a thumb, or whatever in appreciation for what she did for us? Now, every February, as I said before, people in Canada are invited to participate in Black History Month in the festivities honoring our legacy. This year Black History Month theme is reflecting on the past to build a better future. And this is something that we got an excellent review of earlier when we view those videos on the website. We trek from the 16th century to around the 1900s. We saw stories about Matthew the Coster in 1608, Marie Angelique, 1734, the Black Loyalists of Nova Scotia, the first race riot, the Underground Railroad, etc., etc. I am probably sure Marjorie Taylor can vouch for that because I know she was on the website. However, as we reflect on the past, we are encouraged to develop our current society to ensure that there are offered access to opportunity without regards to race, gender, creed, religion, or sexual orientation. Through our daily activities, let us be challenged by the stalwarts on whose shoulder we stand today. And of course, there are many notables, like we have, like I've said before, we have like Dr. Jean Augustine, the Alvin Curlins, Lincoln Alexander, Marion Chambers, just to mention a few. But of course, there are others, and we should not ignore our local heroes. We may even think in more recent years of our culture as carried out through Caribana, our sports. We have seen the efforts of people like Donovan Bailey, our music. We have seen like Oscar Peterson, and of course, the list goes on. So this is our story that we are telling. And like I said from earlier today, and even just before this segment, we heard the stories of our young ones. This year, we are seeing a twist in the celebration of Black History Month. This summer showcased tumultuous period where racial injustice issues reach a feverish pitch, thus providing a fresh reminder to revisit systemic racism and how it has persisted, and for that matter, how it gives visibility to the people and organization working to create change. Again, we can only look back to our young people who just spoke, and you can see the the energy and the drive that they have, and what all these social issues are creating. So for us here at CACD, much of our effort is directed to the issue of anti-Black racism and discrimination, marginalization, and negative stereotype experienced by Black students in school, the discussion of broader cross-cultural understanding, and how to create a basis for interracial activities. These are some of the key activities that we are pushing at this point in our development. So this celebration offers an opportunity to reimagine the possibilities that lies ahead. As Canada is steeped in multiculturalism, we saw it fitting to seize this opportunity to bring cultures together, to create an opportunity to foster a greater understanding of our commonality through music, dance, and other creative expressions. And this is something that you will see shortly as we try to bring all the different cultures together in one expression, that we are one people with common challenges pursuing a common good. But we are a people of great integrity, leadership, and determination. So let us continue to stand tall and fight the good fight. I thank you, and we will continue with our entertainment.
Jeff? Jeff? Hi, Jeff. Sound. We need volume. There's no sound.
On the tour bus. Man, I swear I grew up these past 4 months. Shawty want the crew is more than 4 bucks. Made a hit and blue got open doors for us.
Sound playing.
What if God was like us? Had a squad just like us. Always popping tags just like us. Gucci bag just like us. Always keep the stacks just like us. Almost threw up in my tour bus. What if God was like us? Had a squad just like us. Always popping tags just like us. Gucci bags just like us. I wanna know, I wanna know, I wanna know, I wanna know. Left hand just like ooh, right hand just like ooh. Neck on me like ooh, my chin back like ooh, ooh, ooh. When What if God was just like us? What if God moved like us? What if God cried like us? Struggle went on, but the bus. Everybody on the same. Everybody want the same love. Keep it real. Then you want don't like none of that baby. Go up on the tour bus. Man, I swear I grew up these past 4 months. Shawty want the crew is more than 4 of us. Made a hit and blue got open doors for us. What if God was like us?
Next, we have South Asian Dance by the Ardhana Youth Group. All right. Now, Ron, I think you wanted to talk a little bit about Kingsford Mackenzie.
Yeah, but things are not flowing as it should, Jeff. You know, that one was wobbly all the way through. But anyhow, we are still going to go through. You guys know the kind of work that we do, and we are having a bad day, but you're all friends, and we know each other well. We will continue to push through. So at this point, we're going to have a performance by Kingsford Mackenzie, and he'll be playing the saxophone, and we'll be doing one of Bob Marley's songs, Three Little Birds. Thank you, Kingsford, for that performance. That was really good. Although I think we're still having some challenges with the production, but we're going to push on through, as I said before. At this particular point, we are going to have some greetings, and we'll ask Jeff to just roll the tape so we take all three at this point, after which I'll be asking Councillor Ron Starr to say a few words of greetings to us all.
I'm Lincoln Downer, Council Journal of Jamaica in Toronto. My colleagues and I join with the Citizens for the Advancement of Community Development in celebrating Black History Month. We commend your team and network of supporters who have been committed in advancing the cause of Black youth across Canada. The theme you have chosen, reflecting on the past to build a better future, is timely and relevant. Jamaica's first national hero, the Right Excellent Marcus Mosiah Garvey, implored us to learn more about our history, culture, and our very foundation as a people. And I therefore urge you to share this with our young people. Despite the ongoing challenges of discrimination, we must seize the moment and forge ahead with pride. The American abolitionist Frederick Douglass reminds us, if there's no struggle, there's no progress. Please accept my best wishes for our successful event. Walk good.
Good evening, it's John Kovac, the Councillor of Ward 4. Just want to extend my greetings to you on behalf of the City of Mississauga. Thank you, Ron Cunningham, for your leadership and dedication to CACD and for your organizing of this evening's event, but also the staff, volunteers, and students for helping make all of this come to life. This past month really and tonight are going to be very memorable. I think the theme of reflecting on the past to build a better future, it being such a powerful one, intertwined with the performances this evening in poetry, recital, dance, and music will certainly be memorable. Thank you for your contributions to all of the performers. If you ever need anything, feel free to reach out to myself and my office. Thanks so much. Have a great evening. Take care.
Hello, everyone. Mayor Bonnie Crombie here, sending my best wishes to everyone at the Citizens of Advancement of Community Development for a very happy Black History Month. I'd like to start off by recognizing Ron Cunningham and the CACD Black History Month Planning Committee, Sonia Cunningham, Wes McKenzie, and Miss Rachel Luke for organizing this special virtual event. Thank you for everything you do in our community to help empower, strengthen, and mentor Mississauga's Black youth. Black History Month is a time to celebrate and explore the rich culture, heritage, and history of Black Canadians. It is also a time to immerse yourself in the many cultures that make up this beautiful community and recognize the leaders that are shaping our future, breaking through barriers and abolishing stereotypes. In Mississauga, we celebrate the things that make us different, while at the same time embrace our shared values that are deeply rooted in the identity of our city. Diversity makes Mississauga shine. In 2020, the Black Lives Matter movement shifted our society. And while we have taken positive and progressive steps forward, there is more work we need to do as a city and community to tackle racism and discrimination, and in particular, anti-Black racism and discrimination. It will take all of us working together in the community, religious leaders, elected officials, and beyond, to ensure everyone can continue to grow and thrive in our city. Happy Black History Month. Stay healthy and please stay safe.
Okay, that was great. Three lovely greetings brought to you. At this point, we're going to have two others, and we're going to ask Ron Starr to take the lead.
Thank you, Ron. And I just want to congratulate you on another great event. I think I've been attending the Black History Month with you for a number of years now. And I always look forward to the great talent, especially the local talent. What we're going to miss this year, though, is the food. So
Yeah.
unfortunately, I really got to like some of that and tried some of the local restaurants, etc. But you know, this year everything's closed down. You don't have the food. So, but we're having good entertainment, and the best part is that we are going to learn a little bit and share the traditions and the culture and the heritage. I mean, it's an opportunity to learn about the contributions that all of the Black community have made to Mississauga and throughout the country. And they've been immense, by the way. And I'm proud to be always a part of these functions. And I'm proud to know you and Sonia, by the way, Ron, for all the work that you do with our youth. And that's the most important part of what we're trying to do. Because without our youth, we have nothing. We really appreciate from the city of Mississauga what you do. And all I'm going to say is the best of luck in the future with your endeavors. We want to make sure that, you know, your group stays healthy and safe. And, you know, we're looking forward to when we can get together again and see all these performances and all the people and the food in real life person. So thanks again, Ron, to you and Sonia and all your crew. I mean, you got such a great number of volunteers. Always look forward to being with you. Thanks again.
Thank you, Councillor Starr. Really appreciate it. And we know you've always been there for us. We always look forward to seeing you. Thanks again. At this point, we'll ask Rudy if you could say a few words of greetings.
Thank you, Ron and Sonia. Good evening. As a member of Provincial Parliament for Mississauga Lakeshore, I'd like to thank the CACD for having me here tonight to join you in celebrating Black History Month on behalf of the Government of Ontario. What makes me proud to be here tonight is the organization's vision to empower youth to become strong community leaders and to live a healthy life. Not only doing the province endorsing their vision, we are actively working towards making it a reality for every young person in Ontario. Youth are a driving force of leadership throughout the province, especially in our Black community. Our government is dedicated to building safe, healthy, and equitable communities, which our youth to achieve their full potential. For instance, just 2 months ago, our government doubled the funding for the Black Youth Action Plan by investing an additional $60 million over the next 3 years. This funding will provide Black families and communities with the important resources to recover from this effect of COVID-19. On top of granting us the opportunity to discuss our vision and our plan, this event allows us to come together and celebrate Black history and all of the incredible accomplishments the Black Canadians have achieved and continue to achieve to this day. We should be proud of their tireless efforts, which has helped shape Canada into a great country that it is today. With that being said, I'd like to wish you all a happy and safe celebration, and I look forward to seeing all of you this amazing feature achievement that the Black community will contribute to Canada and Ontario. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We really appreciate it. We hope we can get some of that money that you're talking about. So I guess I might have to call your office. Good
Ron,
stuff.
you can, Ron and Sonia, all of you can call all the time. I don't want Ron to call me.
It's okay. She will do that. That's fine.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you. I just want to recognize a few of our friends that we see popping in, such as Supa. We have also my good friend Celine, Sylvia, and we will call her the name as we go along. Great to see you. Dr. Mohanty, you've been here since 4. Thank you for showing up. But we're going to continue with the entertainment at this point, and to be consistent with the emphasis on this year's event, we want to show a more multicultural perspective. And so we're going to have a performance here from the Oakville Chinese Network.
Hello everyone, my name is Rita, President of Oakville Chinese Network, OCN. The OCN is a non-profit organization rooted in the Oakville Chinese community, run by a number of volunteers who are passionate about their work in social and public services. This performance is for the CACD BHM event theme, reflecting on the past to build a successful future.
Hello everyone, we're the 16th Mile Street Dance Club, part of the Oakville Chinese Network. We're so thrilled to be part of the Black History Month celebration, hosted by our friend and ally, Cacd. To embrace the diversity of our region, we've brought to you two of our favorite choreographies, the Horizon and the Cranes Flying Sound. Enjoy our show.
Imagine
Well, that was an excellent rendition. I don't know if you will all agree with me. I saw it before, and I can assure you there was a little bit more into it. I think we might be having some internet issue whilst coming over so slowly. but it was a wonderful performance. At the same time, though, I hope you did enjoy that. We are now going to move into poetry recital and keeping it consistent in terms of bringing in other ethnic group. We'll have a South Asian youngster, one that is from Mississauga here, went to one of the school that we are working with. And he's been doing various performances for us for many years now. But without any further ado, could you please set up Mr. Wally Shaw?
Imagine having no food, no home or education. Imagine being bullied for being you or facing discrimination. Imagine being a refugee fleeing war in desperation, and the only water that you can drink is at risk of contamination. Welcome to our world, a world that needs heroes who stand tall in the face of oppression and never run. And despite their differences, they battle injustice as one, who write songs and poems to shed light on what's done, because there's more power in a pen than there is in a gun. Our world needs heroes who make believers out of those who doubt. And before they judge someone, they stop and learn some more about them. Though darkness may exist, remember that it's here to teach us that our light can show the straight path to the believers. Sometimes we all get lost, but we say thanks to those who lead us. So we say thank you to our parents, and we say thank you to our teachers. Each of us are a candle, and our gifts are the flame, a spark of light that no dark can contain. Let me explain what I see. There's so many beautiful stories in front of me, and you get to decide the person you want to be. Teach others through your example in everything that you do. And if you want to change the world, first you have to change you. In a world as dark as this, your light can guide the blind. Let your virtues pave a path for anyone left behind. As you fight for human rights, you'll need all the fights that you can find. Greatness lies in being kind to humans for a greater humankind. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wally Shaw. That was a great presentation. And I hope you guys enjoy that. Wally is someone, like I said before, he has performed for us over the years. And I recall a year ago, I went to see former President Barack Obama. He had a presentation here in Toronto. And of course, Wally was one of those selected to do his poetry recital there. So it goes to show we are getting guys with great talent. And I just only hope that it's coming true for you in the spirit in which it was intended. At this point, we're going to have some African drumming. And I'm sure this transition will probably make it more real for some of you. So again, Jeff, take it away as we get some drumming from Jean Asamoah. I guess I might have to say something at this point. I don't think we are getting any sound. And I don't think it's only from my end. Is it from my end alone?
Sorry, you can hear me, right?
Yes, I can.
Yeah, but there's no sound.
So I'm not sure why you wouldn't be able to hear the sound. I can hear it fine. Everything's unmuted, so. You don't hear anything when I play this?
No.
Oh, okay. I don't know why. That's so weird.
Sorry, it's in and out. Sorry.
It must be some internet connection issue. I'm not sure.
Jeff, it's not just me.
Yeah.
It's not just me. Sorry. Could you look into it, please?
I mean, you've been hearing everything else up till now, which is fine, right? I'm playing it the exact same way. I'm not sure what could be causing an issue. Like if you can hear me, then you should be able to hear this. So I'm not really sure what the solution is here.
No, it's not just me. I'm getting chat messages, Jeff. You know, you should be able to see them too.
Oh, hold on, let me. Yeah, I'm not sure what to say other than there must be some internet issue because I'm just playing it like I was playing everything else. It's just it's just a simple press play video thing. There's not like a complicated.
Well, it has not always been good, Jeff. In terms of the performances, the greetings were great, but the performances they all slowed and.
Yeah, like if it's that's called lag, and so if it's lagging, it's an internet issue. So like, there's not much I can really do to fix that, like other than maybe calling Bell or whatever the internet's set up with. So I'm not. Yeah, I can keep playing it if you'd like, and because you said it was coming in and out.
Okay, continue checking, see what you can do. We'll move to the greeting section if you don't mind.
All right, sure. Like you can't hear that at all?
Yes.
You couldn't hear that?
It's gone again.
Well, I paused it just now, but I was just checking. Like, could you hear it?
Yeah, I could for a while, yes.
Okay, well, let's just try to play it for
I'm hearing it now.
If it stops again, then we'll move on to the greetings.
In and out. Jeff, I think we should move on. It's just not playing well. Let's move on to greetings and see how that works, please.
Okay.
My name is Natalia Kusendova, Member of Provincial Parliament for the riding of Mississauga Centre. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak during today's event. Despite the challenges we face due to the pandemic, we find ways to connect, to discuss, to celebrate, and most importantly, to assist each other. It warms my heart to see people come together in this way to support a joint cause. First of all, I wanted to wish everyone a happy Black History Month. Every February, we remember and celebrate the important contributions of Black Canadians who have done so much to make this province and our country the amazing place it is today. There are noteworthy individuals in every field and area of life, such as Lincoln Alexander, the Honorable Jean Augustine, Dion Brand, Senator Anne-Claire Coules, Michael E. Chin, and Viola Desmond, to name just a few, who have made a great contribution within our province. There are, however, countless others, hundreds of thousands of people who have made Canada the compassionate and prosperous nation it is today. I would like to also congratulate the CACD on receiving funding from the Trillium Foundation. I am glad that our province is able to contribute to this wonderful organization who is working so diligently to empower Black Canadian youth in our community. Thank you for all the hard work you do to bridge the divide and pointing young people to the best possible future they can achieve. It was a pleasure to be a part of today's event, and on behalf of myself and the provincial government, I would like to wish you all the best for the months that lie ahead.
My name is Mark Andrews, and I am Deputy Chief of Community Policing Operations Command with Peel Regional Police. I was honored to be asked to bring greetings to you all, not only because it's an opportunity to recognize the work of citizens for the advancement of community development, but also to acknowledge and take a moment to reflect on Black History Month. I want to start by thanking CACD for their tireless work with and support of our youth. Their Black-led, youth-focused programming is essential and will positively impact their lives. This year, the theme, Reflecting on the Past to Build a Better Future, is one that I am sure resonates with many of us. Recent events in the United States and closer to home have prompted us here at Peel Regional Police to pause and examine not just what we're doing well, but how we can do better, so that we can better serve all members of our community, particularly our Black youth and community. Systemic change and the commitment to community safety and well-being can only be achieved through sincere engagement with our communities. Being transparent, collaborating with and supporting community partners like CACD, who work tirelessly to empower our youth through year-round programming and services, is of the utmost importance to us at Peel Regional Police. CACD have been celebrating Black History Month since 2006. Although this year we're all forced to celebrate a little differently, I know the virtual programming offered today by CACD will be exceptional. Black History Month serves as an opportunity to acknowledge and celebrate Black Canadians' contributions and achievements to our country. It also provides space for us to all stop, reflect, and honor Black Canadians' legacy, past, present, and acknowledge their contributions. Thank you to each and every one of you for participating in today's activities. You, our youth, are the future. Franklin Roosevelt said, "We cannot always build the future for our youth, but we can build our youth for the future." Thank you, CACD, for building a brighter future for our youth and allowing me this opportunity to say a few words on behalf of Peel Regional Police.
Hi, everyone. Happy Black History Month. Let me first say thank you to the CACD, its board of directors, its volunteers, and its CEO, Ron Cunningham, for all the excellent work you've been doing in the community. Black History Month is an opportunity for us to reflect on the lessons of the past, but it's also an opportunity for us to reaffirm our commitment moving forward to dealing with systemic racism, to dealing with issues of inequities in our society. We need to stand together in solidarity so that every citizen, every resident of our community has access to equal opportunity. So I remain committed to working with all of you on achieving these goals. Thank you for all the work. Once again, happy Black History Month.
Thank you to MP Omar Algebra, also Natalie Kushendova, and also to, oh, sorry, I thought, I'm sorry, and also to Mark Andrews. I was trying to remember who the other person was. So we do appreciate those greetings. And just to mention that you might have heard MPP Kushendova mention funding that we receive from OTF. We just want to make it known to everyone, if you had missed that, that yes, indeed, we did get some funding from them. And not only OTF, the Ontario Chilean Foundation, recognized the work that we were doing and figured it was worthy of funding, but also Royal Bank. We know Royal Bank of one of those organizations that exemplify the idea of corporate social responsibility. They have been doing this for many years and presently running some programs addressing employability of youth, predominantly BIPOC youth, Black, Indigenous, and people of color. And we were one of those chosen by them for some funding, and we are truly appreciative. So we just want you all to know that the work that we are doing is being seen by others as being meaningful. And again, for those of you who were here earlier, you got a true glimpse of those young people in that earlier discussion this afternoon between 4 and 5. And I just want to take this opportunity to mention a few other folks that have joined us, like Patricia Marwa. We can see her. Peter Grant. We have Lyndon King. We have Sophia Ramsey. And of course, a few others. And like I said, we will continue to mention some names and give you your due recognition. And these are people, like I mentioned, they're doing some excellent work here in our community. And we just want them to know that we appreciate what they are doing. At this point, we're going to have a dance again from the Oakville Chinese Network. And then we will try and see if we can get that African drumming in, because that was supposed to be one of our key pieces for this event.
Esther.
Okay, that was another great piece. I'm not too sure it came over, but we are going to go through this and we're going to enjoy it anyhow. We are doing this in the true spirit of Black History Month. We said we were going to fight and fight and fight. So we're going to take it to the end, irrespective of how it might be coming true. This next piece is, it's a song, I Will Be There. It's something that Michael Jackson did many years ago. And this young man is the son of the great Cannonball that played with all the greats in Jamaica, and not only Jamaica, but most of the jazz greats in the United States of America. And he traveled most of the world. And his son, as they say, the chip doesn't fall too far. What's the expression? I might turn in Biden here, but it doesn't fall too far from the tree, something to that effect. So this is called Brian Jr., the son of the great Cannonball called Brian Sr. So let's see what he can do with his saxophone. Jeff, there is no sound at this point.
And I agree.
Well, we thank young Brian for that. Did not do justice to what I know he can do. I listened to this very same performance earlier, plus others that he has done. But like I said, we are going to enjoy whatever we are getting this evening. And I tell you, he's someone that I know very well. He was the neighbor of one of my brother. So I know the kind of music that he can play. But anyhow, we are just going to roll through and see how we get to the other end of this. At this point, we are going to have, we're supposed to be having a performance by Judith Broderick, and this is supposed to be live, so I hope she's ready. Is Judith available?
Wow.
Should we do the song by Wes first, and we'll see
Okay,
if
we'll do that while she's setting up, if she's there. I can't seem to
I
locate
don't
her
see
name here.
his name, but might be under a different name.
Okay, yeah, go ahead and do the one by Wes, and then we'll get to Judith.
Wow.
Okay, so that was a piece from Wes, who is actually the chair of our board. But for most of you who have been attending CACD's event, I'm sure you have all heard Wes play and the great performance that we have had coming from him and his group in the past years. So this is just one of those things that happen. It's obviously some unstable network problem. Jeff has done numerous videos for us in the past, and is quite competent at his work. So though there might be a little bit of frustration, I think this is totally out of his control. We think this is an internet situation. But so we just ask you to indulge as we go through this situation. This is the age that we are in, and we just gotta have to work with it and perfect it. So this is something that we learned. We need backup. We need to ensure that we have stable internet before we do programs like these. I don't know how much we can control that. So we just have to work with it. And I'm so thankful that you're all sitting in while we go through this situation. We have one last performance for this segment. And I think Winsome is here and ready. For whatever reason, I have your name as Judith. But anyhow, if you're ready, give me the thumbs up so we can, or if you want me to continue chatting, you're ready. Are you ready?
I think.
Okay. Okay, so if you're ready, this is more live, so I don't think we will have an internet problem. So we're gonna ask you to make up for what we missed out in some ways. I'm pretty sure you will, because I've heard you perform before. So anyhow, at this point, we will welcome, if I have the names correct, I better say the last name, Miss Broderick.
That's right. Are you hearing me?
Good. So you can take it away if you're ready.
Great is thy faithfulness, O God, my Father. There is no shadow of turning with thee. Thou changest not thy compassions, they still not. As thou hast been, thou forever be. Great is thy faithfulness, great is thy faithfulness. Morning by morning, new mercies I see. All I have lived, I heard, but through thy good. Great is thy faithfulness, Lord, unto me. Summer and winter and springtime and forget. Sun, moon, and stars in their courses above. When will thou linger in my home witness? Oh, thy great faithfulness, Lord, unto me. Great is thy faithfulness, great is thy faithfulness. Morning by Great is thy faithfulness, O God, my Father. There is no shadow of turning with thee. Thou changest not thy compassion, they shall not as others so forever will be. Great is thy faithfulness, great is thy faithfulness. Morning by morning, your mercies I see. All I have needed, thy hand hath provided. Great is thy faithfulness, Lord, unto me. Lord, unto me.
Okay, so that was lovely. Thank you so much, Winsome. At this point, we have essentially come to the end of this segment of the Black History Month. I know there were some glitches, but I still hope that you were able to enjoy it. We promise we'll make it up to you next year, because next year we're going to be doing it live. And I'm going to try and bring all these performers back so that you can see and get a better impression of what they can do. We are going to have some music in the next half an hour to bridge the gap between this segment and the 7 o'clock, when we will have our adult panelists discussing similar topic to what our youth discussed earlier this evening. We don't want you to go. I'm just going to encourage you to maybe go have some espresso or something like that to kind of give you that punch. I know Teg is going to have some wine. and I kind of tone it down. Teg, I could have said scotch, but to make it a little bit more palatable, so to speak. Anyhow, I'm asking you and pleading with you not to run off. The Zoom line is still open. You can have a conversation between each other, whether by chat. Use this as a networking opportunity. You can see the various names, and some of these folks you might not have seen or spoken to because of this COVID situation for some time. So you can talk directly, or you can put some ideas out there in the group and we can all talk. You can talk about the event so far, what you think. But please don't leave. Go to your kitchen, get yourself something. That's fine. But please keep it open so we can move to the next segment. And I'm pretty sure, well, I can't say that. I was pretty sure everything was going to go great today. So, but I'm pretty confident that, you know, the next segment, things will go smoothly. So at this point, Jeff is going to be putting on some music. I must say, I did not select the music. If they're good, I don't know. They were selected by Sonia. So this is reflecting her taste, not necessarily mine. So we will see. I'm watching it now for the first time. She kept that from me, so I don't know what they are actually. So Jeff, if you could play those music. And like I say, guys, get yourself a drink, stick around, and let's move into the 7 to 8 segment.
It was a creed written into the founding documents.
Yes, we can. Yes, we can. It was sung by immigrants from down the shore of pioneers, pushed westward against unforgiving wilderness. Oh, yes, we can. It was a call of workers organized, women who reached for the balance. A president who chose the moon as our new frontier. And the king took us to the mountaintop, pointing the way to the promised land. Yes, we can. Justice and equality. Yes, we can. 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 Oh, yes, we can. Oh, yes, we can. Yes, we can. Oh, yes, we can. Yes, we can. The opportunity and the prosperity. Yes, we can. The opportunity and the prosperity. Yes, we can heal this nation. Heal this nation. Yes, we can repair this world. Yes, we can. 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 No, that was that. No. Always remember that no matter what obstacles stand in our way, nothing can stand in the way of the power of millions of voices calling for change. We have been told we cannot do this by a course of sentence. It will only grow louder and more disciplined. We've been asked to pause for a reality check. We've been warned against offering people of this nation false hope. But in the unlikely story that is America, there's never been anything false about home. So, I want change. I want change. The little girl who goes to public school in the village are the same as the dreams of boy who learns on the streets of LA. We will remember that there's something happening in America. That we are not as divided as our politics suggest. That we are one people. We are one nation. And together we will begin the next great chapter in the American story with 3 words that will ring from coast to coast, from sea to shining sea. Yes, we can. 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 I was born by the river in a little tent. Oh, and just like the river, I've been running ever since. It's been a long time coming, but I know a change gonna come. Oh, yes, it will. know what's up there beyond the sky. It's been a long time coming, but I know change gon' come. Oh, yes it will. I go to the movie and I go downtown. Somebody keep telling me don't hang on. It's been a long time coming, but I know change gon' come. Oh, yes it will. Then I go to my brother and I say, brother, help me please. But he winds up knocking me back down on my knees. Lord, there've been times that I thought I could last for long. Now I think I'm able to carry on. It's been a long time coming, but I know change gon' come. Oh, yes it will. Nobody knows the trouble I've seen. Nobody knows my sorrow. Nobody knows the trouble I've seen. But glory, hallelujah. Nobody knows the trouble I've seen. Nobody knows my sorrow. Nobody knows the trouble I've seen. But glory, hallelujah. Nobody knows the trouble I've seen. Nobody knows my sorrow. Nobody knows the trouble I've seen. The glory, hallelujah. But glory, hallelujah. Oh, freedom. Oh, freedom. Oh, freedom over me. And before I'll be a slave, I'll be buried in my grave and go home to my Lord and be free. Oh, freedom. Oh, freedom. Oh, freedom. Oh, freedom. Over me. Over me. Yeah. And before I be a
You're broken down and tired of living life on the merry-go-round. You can't find a fighter, but I see it in you, so we gon' walk it out. Mountain, we gon' walk it out. Mountain, and I'll rise like the day. I'll rise unafraid. I'll rise up, and I'll do it 1,000 times again. And I'll rise up, I like the waves. I rise up, in spite of the ache. I rise up, and I'll do it 1,000 times again. The silence isn't quiet, and it feels like it's getting hard to breathe. And I know you feel like dying, but I promise we'll take the world to its feet. Mountains, bring it to its feet. Mountains, and I'll rise like the day. I'll rise unafraid. I'll rise up, and I'll do it 1,000 times again. All we need is hope, and for that we have each other. And for that we have each other. And we'll rise, we'll rise. We'll rise. I'll rise up, rise like the day. I'll rise up. In spite of the ache, I will rise 1,000 times again. And we'll rise up, I like the waves. We'll rise up, in spite of the ache. We'll rise up, and we'll do it 1,000 times again. Have all the money in your hands, all the possessions anyone can ever have, but it's not worth its pleasure. True worth is only measured by what you got in your heart. You can have everything. What does it mean? It all means nothing if you don't have for something. You can't just talk the talk. You got to walk that walk. what you take for what you keep it. And if you bet on love, there's no way you'll ever lose. Take a stand, make a stand for what's right. It's always worth the fight. It all means nothing if you don't stand up for something. You can't just talk the talk. You got to walk that walk. Yes, you do. It all means nothing if you don't stand up for something. And I stand up for you, self-respect. Didn't you? If that's all you got, then you gotta be. And without that, you don't ever say, oh, no.
Some love in your hands. I stand with you because I understand. Ain't here to judge, just to take a stand. The greater plans, the creator's plan. Let's all rise like the day began. Reach out and touch with the Savior's hand. And rock you stand like his native land. Let the ways of love be the ways of man.
If you don't stand for something, you can't just talk the talk. You got to walk that walk. Yes, you do. If you don't stand up for something, then I'll stand up for you.
One day, when the glory comes, it will be ours. It will be ours. Oh, one day, when the war is won, we will be sure. We will be sure. Oh, glory, glory, oh, glory, glory. Hands to the heavens, no man, no weapon. Formed against, yes, glory is destined. Everyday women and men become legends. Sins that go against our skin become blessings. The movement is a rhythm to us. Freedom is like religion to us. Justice is juxtaposition in us. Justice for all just ain't specific enough. One son died, the spirit is revisiting us. True and living in us. Resistance is us. That's why Rosa sat on the bus. That's why we walk through Ferguson with our hands up. When it go down, we woman and man up. They say stay down, and we stand up. Shots be on the ground, the camera panned up. King pointed to the mountaintop, and we ran up. One day, when the glory comes, it will be ours. It will be ours. Oh, glory, glory, oh, glory, glory. Now the war is not over. Victory isn't won. We'll fight on to the finish. Then when it's all done, we'll cry glory, oh glory, oh glory. Selma's now for every man, woman, and child. Even Jesus got his crown in front of a crowd. They march with the torch, we gon' run with it now. Never look back, we done gone hundreds of miles. From dark roads, heroes, to become a hero. Facing the League of Justice, his power was the people. Enemy is lethal, a king became regal. Saw the face of Jim Crow under a raw ego. No one can win a war individually. It takes the wisdom of the elders and young people's energy. Welcome to the story we call victory. The coming of the Lord, my
And we're back.
So how are we doing? Did you all get some refreshment? Can you hear me, or you're all away from the screen?
I'm here.
Good here. Okay, excellent.
We're ready now.
Okay. Good to see you, Rowan.
Good to see you too. How are you?
I'm good.
Good,
Dr.
good.
Carl James.
Hi, how are you doing?
I'm doing good, and welcome. I just wanted to make sure that we have all the panelists before we start officially. Practically everyone was just hanging around since we finished at 6:30, listening to some music. So I'm looking, but I think we are still missing a few. Miss Luke, how are we?
Let's see. So
I don't
is
see Donna.
Rosemary with us? Donna, not yet, and Rosemary. Rosemary is definitely on her way.
Okay.
No, she's here. She's here. I see her. She's here.
Oh,
She's
yes,
here. I
there
see
she
Rosemary
is.
right here.
Here.
Yeah, she's here. So just Donna.
Rosemary,
think
we
she
were
had
saying you
another
weren't
event.
here.
I'm here.
Rosemary's in the kitchen. She's always cooking.
I know Rosemary was busy, but not in the kitchen.
Not in the kitchen this
Not in
time.
the kitchen, no.
When are you going to send me some of that thing that you're preparing?
Well, you know what?
Looks so
when March, when we're not black anymore, I'll have lots of time.
Oh, well. I think
Is this light okay? People are, that's good enough?
Yeah, we are good. I think it would have been nice if we could isolate the analysts in some ways, but hey, this is the way it is for tonight. So we just have to roll with it. But I don't want to keep anyone waiting too long because we're trying to do this, finish by 8. So we are going to start. Mr. Thompson.
What do you mean?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm gonna hand over to you.
All right.
Man of the hour, and as the moderator.
Yes.
But before I just hand it over, let me just thank the panelists. Rachel Luke, Rosemary Sadler, Dr. Carl James, and we are expecting. Oh, sorry, I missed Kola. Why isn't he showing his face? Kola, sorry. Maybe that's the reason I pronounced his name incorrectly.
There he is.
Yes. How are you, sir? You got to unmute.
Myself. Good evening, sir. How are
I
you?
like the hat.
You like the hat?
I like the hat.
Thank you very much, sir. Appreciate that.
Someone said that they had a section, this segment this evening with some youth. And they say you guys gonna have to brush yourself up to keep up with those youngsters. So I'm just having fun with you guys. So I think we are ready to go. And so I'm gonna hand over to the moderator. This is another interesting topic that we'll be doing and very relevant for the time that we are going through, for what we're going through right now. We know most of the summer, the whole issue of Black Lives Matter and, causes that they're pushed, which is dear to all of us. We might not necessarily keen on everything that they do, but we are keen on the issues that they are defending. And we also know the great challenge that our Black students are experiencing in school, anti-Black racism and being stereotyped and all these kind of stuff. So all these are relevant and cogent issue that we need to address. And we are looking forward to have you experts, mainly teachers and professors, address these issues. So we are waiting with bated breath. And I'm just going to hand over now to the moderator, and he can take it from there. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ron. I appreciate that. Hi, everybody. My name is Rohan Thompson. I'm the Assistant Director of Equity with the Peel District School Board. But more importantly, this evening, I have the honor of being the moderator with this all-star panel to bring you an amazing conversation. So we're short on time, but I think it's still important that we introduce our guests and give them their just dues. So first up, I want to introduce Ms. Rachel Luke. Rachel has been teaching dramatic arts and English and ESL at Glen Forest Secondary School in Peel for the last 18 years. She's an anti-racist educator who embeds culturally relevant pedagogy and responsive teaching strategies in her classroom. She's also a passionate teacher who strongly believes that in our world of ever-advancing social, economic, and technological changes, her responsibility is to empower students with the skills and knowledge they require to achieve success. In her school community, she's involved in committees focused on equity and supervises a variety of extracurricular activities, including dramatic arts, productions, the Black Student Association, and social justice initiatives such as Black History Month, Holocaust, and Indigenous education. But Rachel is a star amongst stars. Rachel received Canada's highest honor for teaching excellence. She was the recipient of the Regional Certificate of Achievement from the Prime Minister's Award for Teaching Excellence. If we can give Rachel a virtual round of applause. Next up, I'm not sure if Rosemary needs introduction, but I'll try to do this honor. Rosemary Sadler is a social justice advocate, researcher, writer, consultant, international speaker on Black history, anti-racism, and women's issues. Rosemary, as most of us will know, she is the past president, serving for 22 years as the unpaid leader of the Ontario Black History Society, was the driving force behind having secured the commemoration of February as Black History Month at all levels of government. She secured August 1st as Emancipation Day municipally in 1995 and provincially in 2008. She was among the first Canadians designated Global Defender of Human Rights. That's a bigger title than the X-Men. And she is the Royal Commonwealth Society Equality Lead for the Americas and Caribbean. If we could all give a virtual round of applause for Rosemary, please. Next up, I have the pleasure to introduce Carl James, Dr. Carl James, or Uncle Carl, as some of us like to say. Carl holds the Jean Augusty Chair in Education, Community, and Diaspora in the Faculty of Education at York University. And he's the Senior Advisor on Equity and Representation at York University as part of the Division of Equity, People, and Culture. Dr. James is a professor in the Faculty of Education and holds cross appointments in the graduate programs in sociology, social and political thought, and social work. He's also the university's Affirmative Action, Equity, Inclusivity Officer and was the director of the York Center on Education and Community, in which he founded. Dr. James is a very busy man, so please let's have a virtual round of applause for Dr. James. I hope Donna's in the space. I get the opportunity to introduce Donna. So Donna Ford is an anti-racist educator. She's held teaching and leadership assignments in classrooms, schools, and faculty of education, and system leadership opportunities with the Toronto District School Board and the York Region District School Board. In her current role, Donna is the Superintendent of Indigenous Education, Anti-Racism, Anti-Oppression, and Community Partnerships with Peel District School Board. Donna takes every opportunity to surface inequities and transform practices at all levels of the organization to guarantee complete engagement, well-being, and success of students who experience exclusions, disproportionality, and those who do not. And last on our panel, last but not least, we have Kala Eliomade. And Kala immigrated from the UK and has worked in the nonprofit sector, both over there and here in Canada. Most of the programs he has cut his teeth on are housing, mental health, and social justice programs. Additionally, he has provided leadership to many a youth program with a view to giving priority to youth involvement. Kala is the founding member of the social justice non-for-profit group Advocacy Peel, one of the leading groups that advocated for the Ministry of Education intervention and supervision of Peel District School Board due to its insidious, discriminative educational practices. Kala has a background in law and mental health and lives with his family in the GTA. So if we could all give a virtual round of applause for Kala and our entire panel. So if it's okay with everybody, I hope everybody's comfortable, everybody has a drink of water, and we're gonna sort of just dive into our first question of the evening. And this first one is for Rosemary and Donna. So I'm hoping Donna's in the space, but if not, we'll bounce it to somebody else. But our first question, Rosemary, is why must we dedicate an entire month to Black history? Why is it important for everyone to have an understanding of Canadian history, of Canadian Black history?
Such an easy question and such a hard one, eh? First of all, we shouldn't have a month dedicated to Black history because we should have the whole year. Because I know it's hard to believe, and I'm going to just make a little joke here, so bear with me, but March 1st, I will still be Black. And the rest of the people, the population of Canadians of African origin will still be Black March 1st, and our need to be affirmed, our need to understand more about our own historical background and the contributions, achievements that we have made to this country need to be known for our own personal benefit. But that, of course, is not the only reason we have a Black History Month. We have one because we need other people to come to know about the contributions and achievements and experiences that people of African origin have had in this country, have made in this country, and continue to make in this country, so that they can have a more balanced perspective on their own historical contribution to Canada. Having gone to school here and actually also having taught here, it's phenomenal how there's an idea that a Canadian is a white person. It's phenomenal how there's an idea that anybody that is not white is somebody who's arrived only a week ago, a year ago, a couple of years ago, which is fine because many people have. But the problem with that is that it denies the agency and the experience of people who might have contributed on a longer term basis, or people who you just, have been here, have made a significant contribution. And finally, I mean, it's obvious, but the designation of February as Black History Month, which has a very long history in and of itself, starting in 1926, even in its first iteration as Negro History Week, and even when it expanded to Negro Black History Month, and even when it came into Canada, and even, it was never meant to be the only time. It was supposed to be the culmination of all the things that you were doing, hopefully, all during the year, so that when you came together, it was like, Black Christmas. You celebrated what you had done, what you had earned, learned, experienced, people you had talked to. And that isn't what it has become. It has become a box to check and done.
Thank you for that. Before we move to the next, Donna, I just want to give you an opportunity to respond to that same question. And if it's easier, I can always repeat the question as well.
Hi, Rohan, and
Hi,
good evening,
Donna.
everyone. Yeah, sorry for my late entry, but I'm glad that I landed in the right meeting this night. It feels good.
Yes.
So thinking it's why must we dedicate an entire month to Black history? Is that the question?
Yeah, and why is it
Yeah.
important for everybody to have an understanding of Canadian Black history?
Yeah, I'm just gonna say as an educator, I have always kind of struggled with the idea of Black History Month. And gee, Rosemary, I so agree with so much of what you said. But thinking about my days when I was in the classroom and kind of, getting my classroom set, or as a principal and, supporting teacher teams to think about what's coming up in February, I struggled with, am I supporting this kind of one-off tokenistic experience? And come the last day of February, it's all packed up, one and done, and we go off to other bits of learning. Or is it an opportunity and an entry point to begin to, introduce my students as their teacher to content, to program, to experiences, to discussions that are not about the same, the typical content, a white focused, Eurocentric that they had been fed, as part of my day-to-day work. And as a school leader, thinking about how do we go about expanding, as you said, Rosemary, this to an everyday practice way of thinking in terms of why we need to care about what's happening with our Black folks, our Black students, their families and their experiences, understanding what they mean by community. So I feel like I've been playing with these, two ideas. And then, in more central roles, kind of saying where we're, looking at data, we're talking about reports, we're talking about the documented experiences of Black students, that really this is an intentional act, this idea that begins with Black history, to provide some counter narratives of what's going on with our communities. There isn't just one story, there are stories. And here are how all the stories intermingle, bump up against each other, interact to help us understand who we are. And at the same time, there is really something that is unique about what's happening with Black students, their families, and staff. So that which we understand to be Black History Month is, I think, an opportunity and a vehicle for those discussions.
Thank you, Donna and Rosemary. Those were fantastic. I hope everybody were taking notes. You got a little bit of school right there. So next up, next question, Carl and Rachel, you guys are up, and good luck following after Rosemary and Donna. So your question, my friends, are: what role can education play in reducing discrimination against Black people? And in what curriculum areas can educators insert more Black content? Rachel, I'll toss it over to you first.
I knew I was going to do that. I knew I was going to mute. So one of the things that when I was thinking about this question that came to me is I had a speaker come in to speak to my students. And one of the students said something that really resonated with me after the speaker spoke. They said, putting a face to an event or a situation and hearing a personal story amplified the seriousness of the experience, and it made the experience real. And I think it's really important when we know someone's history, when we know information about people, when we know someone's name and we understand who they are, we can make connections with them. We can be compassionate towards them. We understand them. We find commonalities between their lives and our lives. We value their lived experiences. It's no longer the other or that group or them. And I think that by teaching about Black history, Black narratives, this then reduces discrimination, because students understand, and as I believe Donna just said, that there are multiple stories within the Black community. But I think this helps to reduce discrimination because this would help to reduce discrimination, because then you understand who the person is and you understand who the people are and what they have contributed and that their lives are valuable. And I think this leads to advocacy and activism for change. And I think that if you can learn about people, understand who they are, then there's less of a chance that people will discriminate against other people. And in terms of what curriculum areas can educators insert more Black content, I would say in all. I think it's very easy to incorporate Black content in any part of the curriculum. Right now in my drama class, my students are doing a project for children's theater, and we are using narratives of children's stories and adapting them into children's theater plays. And we're going to be performing these at local, virtually in local kindergarten classes. And I mean, in any subject area, in science, educators can teach about inventors, Black inventors. In gym class, they can learn about Black athletes. I mean, my students didn't know that before the NHL, there was a colored hockey league, right? There's so many things to do with, Black athletes. In English classes, you can embed Black voices, Black narratives, music, dance, you name it. I don't think there's one subject area that you cannot incorporate Black history, Black narratives, Black identity, Black content. So I think educators need to do a better job of doing this, but I don't think it's a challenging thing to do.
Dr. James, do you want to take your opportunity with this question?
Yes, Carl. I very much agreed with what Rachel said. In every area, you can insert Black experiences and Black presence. But I also want to say that, are we talking about Black history, or we are talking about Canadian history, using a Black prism to have students and everybody understand the Black presence in Canada from very early? And so in so doing, then we're not simply saying that Black people's contribution and presence is this special add-on to an existing history or existing narrative or existing story that it's Canada. It is on itself very much integrated, because Canada could not be Canada, and the development and experiences, et cetera, that Canada has today cannot be and would not have been, and we cannot consider it to be without that of Black people. And so what we're reminded of, and what we might think about right now when we think of Black History Month, it's a way of not necessarily, and I think all of us, and Rosemary has been doing an excellent job at this, and she has reminded us significantly about the space and role of Black people in the Canadian context. But I think it's also suggesting just not less think about it as a month. So what we can engage in now, what can we use the month for? And what can we use this month to explain? And that is not just about the Blackness, but it's about Canada as a country which Black people have helped to build. And I think that's the argument we're trying to present. And I think the argument we're trying to present then is not merely about education and how education is going to reduce discrimination, but I think our argument is that racism is inherent in the Canadian society. Colonialism is inherent in Canadian society. It happened from the very first time British people came to colonize the place and then brought Africans to become slaves here. We have to have that, and we have to talk that as how Canada is built. And so discrimination is inherent and mixed into the Canadian society. I always think about when we think of Indigenous people living on reserves or reservations. And we think of, and always like the idea, think of South Africa. Do you know where that blueprint came from? When they had the Bantu stands in South Africa, it came from Canada. White South Africans came to Canada to get that information, to know how can we deal with the Black Indigenous people of that land. So you see, so it's not just an education that we have to do, but we have to have some activist work included in order to change around what we have so accepted as this is Canada. And Canada was the place where slaves escaped America to get to. And therefore they came here and Canada received them and they were all free. We're going to have to change that narrative. And Rosemary and others like her have been trying to remind us of that narrative as not just simply what we but I also want to make another point. It's the migration of Canada and Canadians. Have you ever thought of why Black Canadians tend to be so few in those early years before 1971? Have you ever thought about that? And how Black and Asians and South Asians have been in those large numbers since the 1970s? That was a deliberate attempt in the immigration policy to deliberately keep people who are not white out of Canada. And as you hear, we keep Canada white. It's always been an immigration policy. And therefore, and you know, the other thing too, you've asked me the question, but there's one other thing. Look at the immigration policy. The immigration policy says, okay, we want Canadians. We want people to come to Canada. However, we want British subjects. That's the immigration policy. Guess where the British subjects came from? Rhodesia, South Africa, Australia, New Zealand. What happened to India, Africa, the Caribbean, Latin America? I'm talking Belize, etc., etc. So you see, we're going to have to do, it's not merely about the education. And the difficulty with the education is that we're so accepted what has been, we're going to have to get children to change their mind, to turn their mind to the fact that these were deliberate policies of a country that brought us to. So it's that kind of work we have to do. So education merely is one thing, discrimination is another, but it's how we're going to combine education, rethinking, reconstructing the country, in the whole country. And it's not just
you jumped ahead to some of the next question.
It's not just merely teachers doing this in the classroom. So I'll end there. Sorry, thanks.
So don't hold that, because we're coming back to you in the next question, and you're gonna come back on that same train. But you know what I sort of took is, you know, from what I've heard is, you know, the importance of Black history. We have to normalize, you know, Blackness, right, in this Canadian context, right? We also have to use it as an opportunity to talk about the white supremacy and how it impacted Black Canadians, right, at all stages in our history. But we also have to use it as an advocacy moment, right? And so, you know, so those are really important points. And so stay on that train, Carl. And so this question is for you and Kala. And Kala, I'm going to give you the first go at it. And so the question we have here for you are, what are some of the daily lived experience of Black Canadians when it comes to employment equality, educational opportunities, housing, healthcare, and healthcare, which should be widely known?
Thanks for the question, and I'm going to be a bit of a renegade in this regard. First of all, I know I was born in the UK, but I consider the way we talk about Blackness in Canada is fine, but we also need to understand that a lot of us don't call ourselves Black. There's a whole slew of people of people from the continent who discover that they're Black. And I think Rosemary was talking about, I like when Rosemary talked about the issue around, the need for the Black History Month. And she talked about the Negro. It was first of all called the Negro Month. And Negro is derived from the people of the Niger area in West Africa. So the Spanish called them Negroes because of their dark skin. And I think it changed from Negro to Black because Negro then became offensive. But there's no difference between Negro and Black, it's the same thing. So, you know, when I talk about Blackness, I always talk about Black, African, and Caribbean Black, because we know there's a lot of politics around identifying as a person of African descent. And I think, so that's one thing. And so when you ask the question about what are the things that are widely known, I think in my regard, I'll say, if you Google, just Google it, you will, everybody can just, you know, everybody just make Google their friend. You can find out exactly what we're living through, what we're living in, and how the society sees us. So how I'd like to answer this question is, you know, not to kind of to come out of the immersion of trauma, and then talk about what do we do in terms of moving forward and making our lives better. So we talk about education, we talk about employment, it's all the same story. This, you know, and it starts from education particularly, because the curriculum is about teaching some students to be dominant and some to be racialized. And that's what education is all about. We know that through critical race theory. So how I like to answer this question is talk about some action points about what we need to be doing. And so in education, for instance, and education leads to every ambit of our lives in society. Education is the first interaction with any young mind with the state. And education is where they hollow out our children, our communities, to make sure that they feel that they're inferior. So and they make them, and they traffic them to disproportionality. So what I like to see, for instance, is for us as a community or communities to own the boards of education. So, and when I say we own the boards of education, realize that the educators, not the educators or the people in the system, don't own the boards. We own the boards. They're supposed to be educating our children, even though they're indoctrinating our children. And we demand change in the curriculum. So for instance, you know, everybody's been talking about there needs to be more culturally responsive pedagogy. But, you know, to be fair, the Ministry of Education since 2009 has said, you know, everybody needs to impact the students with culturally responsive pedagogy. So it's the boards that haven't done it. And so what are we doing? Those of us who are educators of, you know, African Black and Caribbean Black descent, why are we not as a group saying to the board, we need to change this? So I did a webinar, I was on a webinar yesterday, and one of the things I said is that, for instance, for Peel District School Board, we're demanding that the curriculum should change in September. We've had the ministry, they've come, they've taken over. There is no excuse for us not to have an inclusive curriculum, and then when you have an inclusive curriculum, which speaks to the complexity of our ancestors and of our lifetimes, it also includes every other community. That we also have to request a special programs, you know, by virtue of Section 14 of the Ontario Human Rights Code. We need to, you know, when people say that this can't be done, it's all a lie. We've got the report, 47 pages. We know how our children have been left behind. We need to demand special programs that actually ensure that our children are seen, our children are taught. And so, for instance, you know, Peel District School Board moved, they're doing things in Peel District School Board. For instance, the Gifted Learning Program, we've got additional access that our children never used to have. But access to what? It's access to more Eurocentric curriculum. So you look at the strings program, for instance. Why is the music program based on Bach and what's Bach and I've forgotten the other, Mozart and everything? Why don't we have, you know, a gifted program that speaks to the lyrics of Bob Marley? He was a prophet in his day. You know, why don't we have steel bands? Why don't we have African drumming and you know, and all those pieces that actually speak to our existence? And so we have to change all of that. And then we also have to have accountability with regarding educators and real result-based accountability on the fact regarding the fact of how they interact with our children, so that the statistics should be like Colleen, Madam Director Colleen Russell-Rollins said yesterday, that the success of our children, success of students will not depend on the color of their skin. And so, and then in industry and employment, it's also the same. And I juxtapose this with what other communities do. And if it's the Jewish community, if it's the Muslim community, the Jewish community will not sit idly by in terms of going through. I tell you what happened in Peel District School Board. If it wasn't for the Jewish community, Peel District School Board would have been sued for $100 million. $100 million. And all we are asking for is equity. And that's the other thing that we need to do. We need to ensure that we start coalescing in terms of those industries like law and the legal industry to actually make sure it works for us as well. You know, and so those are the few things I'd like to talk about.
No, thank you, Colin. I appreciate the flip from what are some of the experiences to what is it we can do, right? What are the things that we need to do? What is it within our power to do? And should we stop asking and start demanding, right? Our rights, right?
Yeah.
So not to be lost, Dr. Carl, and so the question still stands for you, my friend. And you can take the answer any way you want, but the question is, what are some daily lived experiences of Black Canadians when it comes to areas such as employment, education, housing, healthcare, and such?
I won't follow color and go off script. Of course, Carla has already articulated many of these things. And what also is significant to what Carla has said is how we were able to use, and community members have been able to exercise some of their influence in one school board to get the changes needed. So education is just one area, but education intersects with the social services, with housing, with healthcare, and of course, don't forget the justice system here. Because what happens in grade one follows a child throughout his or her high school educational years, through university, and of course through employment. And you know, it's always interesting. I always was curious to know if we start paying attention to the funds that we put into healthcare, the funds we put into the judges who are sitting in judges, and looking at correctional officers, prisoner people, security people, etc. Suppose we looked at that money, and then we set up a school starting with grade 1 or kindergarten, and follow these students with this money. Invest in the education that talks to their experiences as students, as Black students, or whoever students, that respects what we call cultural capital, respects the education information they bring into the classroom. So suppose we do all that. I think we'd have less money to spend in healthcare, prison industrial complex, etc., because we would have so educated our children in those early years, and that would have gone throughout the life course, that all these other things do not have to have funded thrown at them to remedy what we haven't done in those early years of the education system. So all these places, all these things intersect. And we can't forget media role in all this, because that's an important place. So I'll leave it there. But one point I wanted to make from very early about Black History Month. Remember, and Rosemary recognized this when she talked about 1926. But remember, Woodson expected Black History Week and Black History Month would eventually become something of the past. And you know, this is nearly 100 years later, we're still doing it. So one wonders, how so when you talk about getting rid of the discrimination and the systemic racism, et cetera, you see, it's been 100 years that Black people have been trying to insert us into the narrative and the story of the country, and it's still going on. We don't see it happening. We don't see it moving anytime soon, despite 8 minutes and 46 seconds of knee on a neck that hasn't moved. Thank you.
No, thank you, Carl and Kala, and you know, so many things that you guys said, and I hope that resonates and sticks with folks. You know, so you know, Carl, when you talk about the importance of prevention, right? The investment of, you know, some folks, I don't think they draw the connection of when, you know, schools push Black children out, where do they end up? Right? Like the story just usually stops, and typically where they end up is in the criminal justice system. You know, we house the cost to house people in our prison system is well north of $130,000 a year, and that doesn't include the costs leading up to people being imprisoned. Right? You know, our prison population, some over 60% of folks don't have a high school graduate, don't have their high school diploma. Right? And so when we push people out, where are we pushing them to? And then it ends up costing us as a society, as a community. And there's only one taxpayer. So it's good business to invest in Black students and Black children, right?
And we have to add mental health into that, please. You know, mental health starting very early. We have to add it in. Sorry, I forgot that.
Yeah, no, thank you. So we're going to keep it moving to the next question. The conversation is getting heated up, and that's what I like. So Donna and Rosemary, we're going to come back to you with this question. And so, you know, what are the creative pedagogical ideas to engage students in understanding Black history and culture? Donna, I guess I'll start with you first on this one.
Okay, sure. So I guess I took this question as it caused me to think about what are the examples, what are the illustrations, what are the metaphors that are coming from Black knowledge that we're seeing, right? And to Carl's point, you know, if services intersect, experiences intersect, so Black knowledges as it sees itself in the Indigenous experience, Black knowledge as it sees itself in the Muslim experience, so on and so forth. And in that way, I don't know if it's so much about being creative. I mean, I think that creative and innovative are terms that we like to use in the education sector. I think it's about how do we take what's not there, get an understanding of it, and not there as in the Black knowledges, and use it in ways that are, I think, educative, that show connections, that show that bring relevance to programs, so that we are hitting representation, so that we are clear on our recognition of the students that are there, who are there, and not being talked about, and know that they're not being talked about over time, and it leads to then the school to prison pipeline. And I think if we're doing if we start there and recognize that, again, it's about the counter narrative and the critique of the narrative that is there and seated in almost every aspect of our curriculum, then thinking about where that can occur in mathematics, in the arts, in history, in geography, we can pull the thread and weave those, geopolitical stories, those historical stories, and open up what it is that's happening in terms of real learning, real engagement that is meaningful for our Black students and for our students who aren't Black that more than ever need to hear about this.
Preach. Rosemary, over to you.
Okay, I'm unmuted. Great. That's a really good answer, and I really like that answer. And I guess I wouldn't add much to that, but one thing that occurred to me while you were speaking, Donna, which isn't something I thought about previously, it's also how we're actually, I'm actually a teacher too, and it's how we actually are teaching kids in a classroom. So I have witnessed, or I have been made aware, or I have heard on good authority about how some teachers will conduct their classes. And magically, Black kids will have their hands up, Black kids will be jumping up and down, and the teacher fails to notice that they want to reply, fails to affirm them in having the answer. And I mean, it might seem like a little thing, but it's another aspect, another layer of what we're doing in the classroom when it comes to our Black students. So it is the content, it is the Black history, it is the riffs on, and it is the inclusions, it's all those things, but it's also how we're treating them, how we're seeing them, how we're hearing them, how we're disciplining them. I don't know, I was doing an interview with somebody and they gave an example of a white teacher. So I don't know the school and I don't remember the situation, just this part. And she saw a kid in the lineup waiting to go into school. And she basically was incredibly hostile and aggressive to the Black child who had left their backpack on the ground. And a white child, the same educator basically said, oh, you shouldn't do that and just go ahead and get in line. And so it was a really significantly different treatment of. And this was an adult who was observing this. Kids notice those things more than adults. Kids have a different way of measuring and gauging justice and inclusion and diversity than adults do. And I think that there are so many examples like that. I can think of examples like that that happened to me as a child. Some of them are actually quite horrific when I think of them now. But I can also, but the worst part of it is when my own kids were coming back from school, I was hearing the same thing. So it is the content. It is absolutely getting the Black history in there. It is absolutely the pedagogical approaches that we can try, the experiential, the I like experiential or inquiry based, depending on age and stage and whatnot. But it's also how we are with them. How are we with the Black students? Which kid gets yelled at? Which kid is sent home? Which kid is expelled? Which kid is made the negative example of by innuendo and poor treatment in the classroom? So I don't know. That just occurred to me from something you said, Donna.
Right, and I appreciate both of your answers, so thank you. And I think Rosemary, that question around how are we treating Black children, right? How are we teaching them? And when we see the research and we see the data, it's undeniable around the racist violence that our students are experiencing, right? So it's not just about the what, but it's the how we're doing it, right? And Donna, I really appreciate your comment there. Because we often hear about the counter narrative, right? But I think, you quite pointedly said, and then a critique of the current, right? I think that's so important, right? Because there's a lot of stereotypes and racism in the current narratives that we absolutely must name, while at the same time we're providing a counter narrative. So listen, you guys went in on that one, so thank you. So the next question, we're coming up on our time, so I think this might be the last question. I feel like we could probably go on another half an hour, but I think we'll probably wrap up on this question. And so Kala and Rachel, you guys have the responsibility of bringing us home. So the question is, so a little bit of a preamble. We know that Black parents and caregivers, African, Caribbean, and Black parents and caregivers are very active in their children's education. But the question for you guys is, why is it important for African, Caribbean, and Black parents to be actively involved in their children's education? Rachel, I'll come to you first.
Not unmuting myself. I wanted to make a comment on what Rosemary said just at the beginning here. So the flip side is when, for me in my classroom, when I do teach about Black history, when I do teach Black narratives, when the reaction that you see from Black students is absolutely amazing. When they become so engaged and so interested in what is being taught, it's very beautiful to see. And even the other students and their interests. So yeah, the flip side of all the negative that often happens to them is when teachers do invest and they take that time to teach them, it really does make a difference for them. And they become very engaged and interested in what's happening in the classroom. But for Black parents, I think though schools have an obligation to engage Black parents, I think for a long time, schools have not done so. And Black parents are often not involved in decision-making. And unfortunately, they're not aware of sometimes how to navigate the educational system. And because of this, I think schools get away with a lot and Black students suffer. And I think Black parents have to realize it's important because they have a lot of power. They can demand change, they can advocate for their children, and their voices can be heard. And in many ways, they have more power than even the children do. And two of my colleagues, two of my Black colleagues and I, we are working with our Black parents. We're having meetings once a month, and we're teaching them about educational pathways and IEPs and special education so that they have an understanding of how the system works, and they can also see how the system is failing their children and what they need to do to make sure that their children achieve success. And one of the things that at our last meeting that came out was the parents had no idea that if their children were placed in locally developed classes and if they were placed in applied classes, that cuts off for the most part, cuts off the university pathway for their children. And none of the parents actually in the meeting knew this. This was new knowledge for them. And so we were helping them to understand this. And the next day, a lot of those parents emailed their child's guidance counselors and said, we want our child taken out of applied classes. We want our child taken out of locally developed classes. We want them placed in academic classes because we do not want their opportunities for university to be cut off. So I think it's really important for parents to understand the system, understand how the system operates, so that they can advocate for their children and they can understand what their children need to achieve success. And also, so teachers that are doing what they shouldn't be doing in a classroom, or administrators or whoever they are called out or called in if they're doing something that they shouldn't be doing. I think that's really, really important. And I just, we call us, I'm sure going to talk about what advocacy Peel has been able to do in terms of dismantling anti-Black racism. Yeah, parents have a powerful voice and their voices can be heard. And even in the 1950s, when we had the racially segregated schools, it was Black parents. It was the activism of Black parents that fought and said, we want these segregated schools to go. We want our children to have the same equal rights in terms of education. And that's how legislation was then brought in to close the last school in 1965. So parents have a powerful voice and can affect change.
Thank you, Rachel. Kala, your turn.
So thanks. There was a survey, I mean, the last census for the Peel districts, no, sorry, for the region of Peel, it was shown that 90% of parents in Brampton own their own homes. And what I mean by saying that is a lot of times there's a stereotype there's one that we ourselves advance that, you know, the parents are doing 3 jobs, they're doing 4 jobs and 5 jobs, and they don't have the time. And I think that's not necessarily true. That's a narrative, and the counter narrative is that parents of African Black and Caribbean children need to pay more attention to their children's education. They shouldn't leave it to Kathy McDonald, Noka DeCrube, Advocacy Peel, or Idris Orogu, or all the other people who came before us, because it's quite injurious to the children if you don't know policies and processes and procedures that you can use to actually push back on the racist dogma that our children are given. So, you know, the growth success, the policies, all those kinds of things, the parents need to show that they have power. So, you know, if a white person can come to a parent-teacher meeting with a lawyer, or if a white person wants to say, I want that mark changed, and you dare say, we're not going to change that mark, according to the growth success policy, you can, but they will come to you, they will come at you with a lawyer. And what do we do? You know, anecdotally, I've been in groups amongst Black parents, and they come to committees and they just sit there. They just sit on committees. When you have a lot of power, you don't even take it. And nothing's going to change if parents don't get their act together and do their homework and come to the fray. So what we're trying to do, one of the things that we're trying to, in as much as we've broken the door down, this time last year, we were being sued for over, you know, and within 2 or 3 months, the board had spent over $100,000 coming after individuals in the community. This year, we are, you know, we've been, you know, the last board report, we were part of the professional learning. So we've come a long way in terms of co-constructing with the board. We're not in their pockets and they're not in ours. We won't always agree, but we're doing as much as we can. And so what we're also doing is, you know, we're trying to get the Parent Involvement Committee to work a little bit differently. So the Parent Involvement Committee, which is provincially mandated, has always, for ages, marginalized Black parents' issues, or Black parents' issues, yes. So we are now holding their feet to the fire and saying, no, the next elections, we want to know, we want more Black people. And you know, and I'm saying this because it's true. Not just because you're Black or African doesn't mean that you know how racism operates, or if you even have any interest in addressing it. So as parents, if we don't get our acts together, you know, nothing will change. But if we coalesce as a community, like other communities can, then we will be able to make a change. And there are groups like Parents of Black Children, Advocacy Appeal, and Anchor, it used to be VACA. We're there and doing the work, but we need the parents to also go to their parent nights, go to their school councils and demand, make noise and break the door down. And we should stop asking. I don't like it when we ask. We need to tell, we need to demand. You know, like Frederick Douglass says, without struggle, there's going to be no change. And we need to stop hugging our own chains.
Thank you, Kala and Rachel. And, you know, lots of nuggets in what you guys both said, you know, but the two that really jump out to me is, you know, parents have power, right? In particular, there's power in the collective, right? Like we need not take these struggles up by ourselves, right? There in the collective, there is power, right? And Kala, you said something that sort of jogged an idea for me, is around those who came before us. And I think is really important for as Black folks to remember is that, it's almost as though resistance is in our DNA, right? From the very beginning, in which, from the very beginning, we have been people to resist, right? And endure and to be successful, right? And so, it is in our history, it is in our DNA. And so we need to continue to honor that history. And so we must resist, right? So, so thank you guys. That was like a star-studded, excellent, lots of nuggets in that panel. I hope everybody here got something to walk away with. I appreciate it. I appreciate the opportunity for just getting to ask questions and sit back and learn. This is almost like a course that I should have paid for. But thank you guys, everybody. And Ron, I'm going to sort of turn it back to you so you can close us out.
Oh boy, this is good. It's painful that it is coming to an end. And I'm gonna ask something of the crowd, is to put your thumbs up if we ask for a part two. In fact, we are planning an event, the International Year for People of African Descent. And we're looking at having an event in, I think we're looking somewhere around May, possibly June. So we want to call this part one. And I'm going to implore you, the panelists, to come back and let's do this, or to continue from here. I think we need it. This was truly informative, and the depth, the questions I thought were quite challenging, but you guys make it seem so easy. I was circulating these questions and I said, oh my God, are they going to get through this? But it was done so beautifully. I think we have all learned quite a bit. And I truly want to thank you all. Thank you, Ms. Luke, for introducing some of these guys to me. I certainly knew like Professor Carl James, who spoke at one of our luncheons some years ago, and I've always bumping into him. He's a very popular guy. Rosemary, we are on the field, so we know each other well. But of course, Donna and my good friend, I keep messing up his name, but I'm gonna get it this time because I didn't say it as it was coming from my lips. Kala. So did I get it right this time? Good stuff. And of course, Rowan. And I remember when I spoke to Rowan, he was quite enthused about doing this. And I'm just truly pleased that he stuck to it and did a wonderful job in asking these questions. And we are so thankful and appreciative that you guys took the time out your busy schedule, because I know even for Donna, it was hard to get to Donna, but she gave the thumbs up. She only said I'll be about 5 minutes late. So I just want to thank you guys so much. And don't take what I'm saying lightly about this International Year for People of African Descent. It's something that we have decided at our board meeting, not our board, our AGM, to do something special, to stick a pin and to have something. And I just see it unfolding if we do a part two. So keep that window open for me sometime in May, June, that will call on you. And of course, I know some of you have been here since 4 o'clock, so I don't want to keep talking. Let me move to them and give you guys just such a tremendous thank you for sticking it out with us. We know when we were doing the middle segment of the program, we had some internet glitches or issues, but I'm just so thankful that you stuck it out and you're here with us now, 8 o'clock. And we just want you to know that we're gonna keep fighting this fight together, because there is so much for us to do, and that there is strength in number. United we stand. Can I keep going on? So as we work together, we will be able to address the needs of the young people that we're all so concerned about. So thank you guys, thank you all. Appreciate it. Rosemary, my friend, I appreciate you so much. When I called her, she just ready, let's go, you know, and here we are completing this. Let me jump around. I'm kind of rushing because I don't want to keep the guys waiting too long. Most of them are here from 4 o'clock. But my planning committee, I want to thank Jeff. We want to thank Amit, Miss Luke, Wes, Sonia, for their hard work in making this, you know, a success, if I may say so myself. And I just want to make mention of a few faces that I've seen, like Mike. Leave some of that coffee for me, man. Mike, thank you. Saw Mike yesterday, said, Ron, I'm gonna be there, and here he is. Marjorie Taylor, thank you for coming out. Peter Grant, of course, Dr. Samantha, glad to have you. And one favor I'd like to ask, we are doing a strategic plan for CACD. And so we are looking to, you know, people in the community to do a survey for us, because we want to get some good tips on what we should do in expanding access to education and reducing barriers to employability. That's something we have as key right now going forward. And we're working on a strategic plan. The Social Planning Council of Peel, that is headed by Dr. Mohanty, is doing that for us. And we just want to make sure that we get some knowledgeable people like yourself providing some feedback for us. So I'm gonna be sending your names to Dr. Mohanty with the hope that you will say yes to a survey, okay? So thank you guys all. I don't wanna say anything more. Just we appreciate you. There are people here that I'm not sure who they are. Greta, thank you. We will meet at some point. Peter Grant, if I didn't mention you before, Nadine, Sarah, Shelley, you know, Marver and Errol, of course, I know those guys and so happy. My good buddy Teg, we go way back for donkey years and Bay Street. You know, we can't leave him out. And of course, Catherine Suplet, you know. So again, guys, thank you. We appreciate you. And what a wonderful night it was.
Yes, it was. Thanks. Yeah. I know.
As reforms roll on, two new forces have been
Oh, Pauline was
established:
there. I didn't see Pauline.
the
Hey,
Rocket Force and Strategic Support Force.
Pauline has done some
In addition to the
tremendous
Army,
work in the
Navy,
community
and Air Force,
and continue to
the
do that.
PLA has always been reconstructed to
Thank you
improve
for being here. Say hi
efficiency
to my
and
buddy Chris.
information sharing.
Bye.
Before General
Bye.
Headquarters
Thank you,
sent them
guys.
reminded into